fuck? Where's Umineko? Oh, just kidding. Hello. Hi. I feel a little more refreshed. Good morning or afternoon. It took me a little bit to come around because that nap was nice. I wanted to just cancel streaming and go back to bed, but I couldn't do that. I didn't get that much sleep, unfortunately. I think I got like 6 hours? No. 5.5 hours of sleep. I wanted to get up, and I wanted to get up early so I could go for my new routine inspired by horse girls. I wanted to go running. Surprisingly, I woke up at like 9:30. Yeah, I woke up at like 9:30, and then I finished getting ready by about like 10 o'clock. And then I went out, and then I managed to like run for like 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Then I got tired, and also my foot has a blister, so it really hurt. And then I had to start walking, and then I ran again, and then my blister started hurting, and then my knees started hurting because like I haven't got running in like fucking well over a year, besides like maybe the treadmill. So then I had to walk the rest of the way home. It was so humiliating. Hey, 6 minutes 40 seconds in, I did a kilometer. I don't know how much a kilometer is. I think it's like a little less than half a mile. A mile? No, half a mile. Kilometer to mile. 0.62 miles. Yeah. So yeah, hey. Little less than that. But otherwise, really all I did was did that, then I got home, made coffee, ate my leftover curry, which I finished in like 2 days. I don't think anyone else had it. I think it was just me. Yeah, I ate that, and that's it. And then I not woke up. Then I went back upstairs to like get ready for stream, and I played Fortnite for like an hour, I think, with Jan. Let me see how long I played with her for. Maybe like an hour, maybe. No, yeah, I played Fortnite Blitz with her for an hour. That shit was fun. But that's also toxic as fuck. That shit is toxic as fuck, dude. Oh, oops. Oh, my microphone. I'm sorry. Fortnite stream when? I'm not gonna be a Cocomelon streamer. I'm not. Hold on, I gotta show you guys like the fucking replay I did. Hold on, I'm launching Fortnite real quick. But I'm not gonna play. I'm not playing though. I gotta show you guys what happened. It's content worthy, as they say. It made me giggle so hard. We were fucking losing it in call together. Fortnite Blitz is so stressful. Also, hi guys, I didn't greet you yet. Hi. Hey, I call. Hi, Chad. Hi, Jackie. It's awesome. It literally, it's like it's like the final circle, but at all times, and like there's like 20 fucking million people. Look left, look right, you can kill a bunch of people. It's awesome. And then I had a realization that like I'm almost 30 at this point. And then she's like 30 plus. And then I realized like, you know, there's probably like kids playing these games, like genuine kids, like maybe teens, like 12, 13-year-olds and like 16, 17-year-olds. And I'm out here like fucking killing them like it's my 9 to 5. And I'm like wondering like, why do these kids suck? And I'm like, oh, it's probably because little Timmy is on the iPad. And that's why he's turning around so slow. Okay. Do they have Blitz on this shit or what? How do I look at like my replays, yo? Shit. Battle Royale. I don't think there's the Blitz option for Blitz then. Battle Royale 0 build. OG 0 build. Reload. Reload 0 build. Oh, limited time modes. Okay, never mind. I don't think that's it then. Wait, no, never mind. It's in the corner called replays. What the fuck? Why would you put it all the way over there? 91 out-of-date replays found. Okay, where's the one? Where is it? Is it this one? Maybe it's this one. What the fuck is this? What the hell? Why is it so dark? What the fuck? Did nothing fucking load? What the fuck? Am I in Fortnite apocalypse right now? What the fuck? Dude, what? We're in fucking hell. What the fuck? This shit is spooky. Oh, it fixed itself. What the fuck? Okay, I think this is where my friend died. This is where the end died, I think. Oh yeah, here it is. We were fucking laughing, howling. I forgot to get her card in time. Like I tried to break through here. I didn't realize it was so short. And the guy's here trying to kill me too. He was camping the body. Or they were camping the body. Keep this. Keep the kicks, kid. And this guy starts giving me back shots. They started giving me back shots. And that made me laugh, so I decided on a suicide pact together. It was really romantic in a way. So I tossed them into the ocean and I dropped all my shit. And we just spent like our last moments together, honestly. It was really nice. Oh, I didn't mean to speed it up that much. Shit. Yeah. They died and then in their memory I just started swimming out into the ocean. I started role-playing a dolphin. And they were spectating me the whole time. Oh my god, I was blowing up. I was blowing up in fucking call. It was so funny. Oh god, it was so fucking funny. That shit was so funny, dude. And Beyond was talking about how like, dude, like people are so toxic in this game. Like it was my first toxic experience, but like I got teabagged and emoted on. I'm like, what do you mean? Like that's not a bad experience. That's video games. I'd say something like if it was like getting called a slur or some shit. But like, dude, getting teabagged in Fortnite and emoted on is like par for the course. That's like walking out into nature and seeing a bear like kill like multiple fish and being like, dude, that's so that's so awful. Like, no, it's not. That's nature. Like we are in our natural habitat. I'm one of the people that perpetuates the cycle of toxicity. I also, you saw me just now emote on that guy. You just saw, like, that's how it is. That's how it is. It's natural is what I'm saying. Par for the course. Nature's taking its course. Well, maybe not the course of giving me back shots. That one was a bit of an outlier. But like being evil and rude, that's it, man. That's it. So hold on, I definitely need to wear my headband today. My hair's fucking pissing me off today. You're going to work, Hangedan? No, please. I was having such a nice break. I don't give a fuck. my bangs. Come on. There we go. I know there's like there's like a little couple strands on my forehead now being smushed. That feeling's the worst. Why did that guy default to giving me back shots when I just like I didn't even do anything. All I did was like check the kicks, kid. That's all I did. And then all of a sudden the guy started giving me back shots? What leap in logic is that? Anyways, Umineko time. Let's see what was that. Oh, right. So they're all in like that little fucking torture dungeon or BDSM dungeon that Kinzo has for whatever fucking reason. And one of my theories is that Beatrice is like possessing Kinzo or something like that, or is using magic to control him. And that was like theory 1. Theory 2 is that the last 3 episodes were literally all of his gambles, and they were all failures. But this is like the one time the gamble finally fucking works, and he rolls like triple SSRs. He rolls triple SSRs and gets like a shit ton of like fucking demons from the gacha. He's got Renault, he's got Gop, he's got Virgilia, he's got the Chester sisters. Like, damn, Daniel. Damn, Daniel, indeed. All of the goats, too, and also the 7 sisters for whatever reason. So there's that. Other than that, they were just in the dungeon, and the phone is working. They called the guest house, and everybody got to exchange some words. Excuse me. But everyone got to exchange some words. Kumasawa regretted the fact that they'd obviously said too much. Oh yeah, right now Kumasawa and Goda are here as well, and they, I think it was Goda. Well, no, probably the both of them. I think, or it was the both of them rather. The both of them were told extensively what happened in the dining room. Actually, thanks to what you told us, I was able to stay level-headed. If you'd avoided mentioning the part about her head being smashed, I would have thought she might still be alive. Then I would have run off towards the mansion, met grandfather, and I might have gotten killed. That sliver of hope could have been fatal in the end. So, I'm grateful. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry we didn't choose our words more carefully. No, it's okay. In this fucked up situation, you did good, Grandma. Don't worry about that now. There's nothing we can do for Mom, but Dad's still alive. Canon-kun and Shannon and Aunt Kiria and Dr. Nanjo too. I want to save them somehow, so we shouldn't do anything unnecessary that might make things worse for them. That's crazy. That's crazy that she's usually so emotional. That's actually crazy. The most helpful thing we can do right now might be to wait by the phone. They might receive a phone call asking them to create a diversion while the others escaped. But the others might discover their location and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when that time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. Oh yeah, and also Maria became a witch, so this is the actual, at least in my belief, this is the actual Maria from that other world that killed her mom a bajillion times over and over. I think it is that Maria. Once they had finished inspecting the downstairs area and locking up, George, Battler, and Goda returned. Each was holding various objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks he found in the lounge and a storage room, as well as a first aid kit. They were all consumables that would be essential during a siege. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. Those were to seal the door from the inside just in case. If it came to it, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Battler brought up objects that could be used as edged weapons or poles. In addition to the obvious kitchen knife, there was a disassembled table leg that could be used as a club, and a pole roughly the size of a person, which he'd apparently made by taking apart a hat stand. Damn! Even though the pole had no point, it could surely be used like a spear. Crazy how none of these things are gonna do anything. There was a good chance that their enemies had guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. So I guess Battler's argument in this case to sum up these murders all at once would probably be exceptionally strong. Wait, no, he brought that up. Exceptionally strong guns like a Magnum or maybe a shotgun to explain those like smashed/caved-in heads. It was still better than not having them, and if having these could give him at least a little peace of mind, it'd be useful for their calming effect. And the bed and sofa were placed up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. There was still a chance that Kraus and the others would escape and come to meet up with them. They'd apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been set up in a way that would create a racket, so it would serve as a warning alarm as well. That had apparently been Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off. This way, if the first floor window were to be broken, they'd hear. Once the switch had been turned, all that was left was an eerie silence. Actually, in the case that Maria gets found, I want to know how Kinzo's gonna tackle that. Is he gonna kill a fellow magic user, or what? Is he not gaff? Wait, no, maybe he won't, because he said he still has to test the kids. He said he still has to interview them, essentially. The sound of violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night being crushed by such suspense? Yes. Sorry. The boat would come tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, and most of tomorrow was going to be covered in the typhoon, the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon was set to pass by in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be arriving in the morning after next, the morning of October 6th. Right now, it was late at night on October 4th. You'd have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kinzo turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. How is he gonna explain the companions in a human way? It's just gonna be like, why are they dressed weird? Battler's like, oh, they're cosplaying! They're cosplaying from some fucking show that Grandpa loved in the West, okay? That's it. Grandpa Kinzo just learned about fucking, what do you call it? Grandpa Kinzo just learned about goddamn, I don't know, Anime Expo. Kinzo just learned about Uma Musume. Oh, special week. Why? Why won't you get first place? Special week. And then he cries about that. Tachyon, no, that's me about Anyas. That's me about. That is 100% me about Anyas Tachyon. That's me. This is a conversation for another time, though. Another time for this conversation. Even with the shutters closed, there'd definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. No, Kinzo would 100% fucking wail in that game. 100%. He has like fucking decked out, uncapped cards, all SSRs and speed cards. is every single Uma out right now. He's completed all their careers, has 9-star sparks on them already. And then he's just like shoving it in all like his free-to-play family's faces. Especially Battler's like, oh, Battler, look. It's your favorite Uma, and you don't own her, and I'm not going to add you. Or rather, Battler like follows him. Battler follows him so we can like use his legacy horse. It's like, I'm going to remove you as a follower, so you can't use her. Ha, 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 ha. And then Battler's like, Wah! And he does that thing where he's like, Dameda, Dameda, Dameda. Ah, it's useless, useless, useless. Well, after I fucking said that, this is a conversation for another time. Shut up. Battler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights. But they'd already been overwhelmed by a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single other person who agreed with it. We can't watch TV. Yeah. Sorry, but you'll have to bear with it. We can't just let the sound of the enemy breaking in slip by. Boring! Even though she'd been told of her mother's death, Maria alone didn't feel an approaching sense of danger. LOL. She just seemed to be upset that the TV had been turned off. I mean, Rosa had 3 whole episodes, and as a result, 3 whole arcs to be a good mother, and all of this episode to turn it around. She had her chance. Maria don't gaff. Maria, the #1 idgaff warrior. Are you kidding me? Even though she's in such a bizarre situation, can she not share in our sense of danger? Is it cause she's so young? To Battler. Battler. Even this faintly unsettling feeling from such a young girl made him sense that there was something very eerie about Maria. Let me jot down some notes. So this about Battler. So, and then this about Maria and Rosa. Okay, that'll do. Break to the metaverse? No? Risen. And that said, we've already done all we can. Do you think you'll be able to do anything about the bars? I learned this from the Soul Eater. All you have to do is urinate on the bars. And because urine is pretty acidic, eventually it'll rust and you can break it out that way. I learned that from Soul Eater, by the way, from that guy named Free, when he was trying to break out of prison. And he tried digging his way out, and then he got a suggestion from the Frog Witch, and it's like, if you wanted to like break out, why didn't you pee on the bars? And it would have eroded over time. And then he had like a mental breakdown about it. He's like, no, why didn't I think of that? Fuck! Come on, Crosby, like, I learned this from Soul Eater. Watch this. Whips out his thing, starts urinating all over the bars. There's like everybody with piss in their bladder start to urinate. This is a bad bit, actually. I'm going back. Unfortunately, they're tougher than expected. I don't know when these were made, but there's no problem with a lifetime guarantee. It's true they were built rather well. Kirie chuckled softly. That's the same exact, no, it's the same exact sentence minus one word. Obama chuckled. You mean the Chaos Emeralds? You mean the Witches of Rokenjima? Kirie chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but she had calmed just a little. This place is just like the capture pile of a chess game. That is the equivalent sentence of like, dude, this is just like in Danganronpa. This is just like in Squid Game. This is just like in so-and-so. This is his boomer version of that. Shut the fuck up, Dr. Nacho. You know, something like this happens just like in Fortnite. This is just like needing to be resurrected at the resurrection van, or whatever it's called in Fortnite. So, are there no remaining moves left to us? I mean, it is sort of like Fortnite. Right now, they're like stuck spectating. They're stuck spectating, and like their cards, their res cards are in the hands of those in the guest house right now. Not yet. It's still too early to give up. If we stop thinking, we might as well stop breathing, right? So true. Exactly. Chess pieces in the capture pile may serve no purpose, but in shogi they can be quite significant. What can you do when you... What can pieces in the shogi thingy do? What they do, I don't know. Just one captured pawn should be able to put pressure on the opponent. I see. But still, there's nothing that can be done about these bars. For us, maybe. But if we can figure out where this is and contact Goda-san, he might be able to come and save us. Why are you only pitting it on Goda? What about the rest of the fam? I see. That would mean putting Goda-san in danger. And if that happens, I'd also be worried about the children in the guest house alone without a full-grown adult male. Oh, there it is. Casual misogyny. When you're afraid of risk, it's alright to bide your time until the price starts to go up. I don't want to hear no fucking business decisions or advice from fucking you, Kraus. Shut up. However, if you're too afraid to cut your losses, you might end up with just a scrap of paper. Though in this case, that represents our lives. And our dignity as parents, right? After talking big like that during the call, telling them that they should behave because we'll manage something on our own, we can't just start asking for help right away. That'd be very uncool. By this point, I've long since thrown out such useless pride. Why don't we... oh, goodness, excuse me. Why don't we put our heads together? Where is this? Is it really underneath the dining hall? We've posed this question like 20 million times. Or is it a different place separate from the mansion? Kraus, Kirie, and Nanjo began to discuss this further. Cannon was squatting by the bar, silently trying to sense anyone's presence. Just as he had been ordered. Shannon came close to him and they both squatted down together. Yes? Oh shit. Yes, they haven't focused their attention in this direction, but there's somebody relatively close by. Is it human? Oh. I think it's the goats. Their breathing is rather noisy. Cannon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said their breathing was noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Cannon's ears. Cannon, just because you hear that noisiness, I think you have tinnitus. You have tinnitus, don't you, Cannon? It's okay, I do too. They got us, didn't they? It's rare to think they captured us without killing us. Oh? Wait, what? This time? Wait, so are they also aware of the games going on? Huh. This time Beatrice-sama didn't make an appearance, and the master left his study. I don't have a clue what's going on. Huh. I know. Whatever happens or changes, it's all for that witch's fickle entertainment. In the end, nothing will change. I wonder if we'll be able to go to the Golden Land this time. Who knows? We have a high rate of losing. Come to think of it, it's very rare for us to survive the first twilight together. I get the feeling it's incredibly unusual for us to be able to talk together like this, even though the ceremony's already begun. That may be. But even that's just for the witch's entertainment, I'll bet. I can't think of it as anything other than her letting us live just a little longer to ridicule us, since we usually drop out right in the beginning. I wonder if we'll be unable to reach the Golden Land again. I'm sure we won't make it there. If we hold on to any foolish hope, we'll get taken advantage of again. That's right. Last time you got taken advantage of, didn't you? I'm an idiot. Cannon made a sour look and turned his head. Was that in reference to when he fought one of the seven sisters? Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder. But I'm glad Milady is safe. She's only escaped from the first twilight. She might just be waiting for an even crueler death later on. What about you, Ne-san? Aren't you glad George-sama's safe? It'd be nice if you two could reach the Golden Land together. Thanks. I wish the same for you and Milady as well. I wasn't hoping for anything like that. It's just as you say. That witch is only having fun, dangling prizes in front of people, and watching them vainly try to get them. I'm sure no one will be able to go to the Golden Land. If I wish to reach that land with Milady, and that person will find it funny, and will certainly never let us reach that place. You're right. Beatrice-sama is thinking about which order of sacrifices would be the most interesting. The whole thing about them being chosen at random is just a blatant lie. That swindling witch. That about having any wish you want granted in the Golden Land is probably just a lie too. That's not true. The Golden Land's a wonderful place. Have you been there? Only for a little. But even that was probably just a joke of Beatrice-sama's. What's it like there? Well, it's a wonderful place. I can't explain it well. It's like a world from a pleasant dream. A paradise-like place with roses blooming all over and beautiful butterflies dancing about or something like that. No, it's not a place with a tangible image like that. It's really like the inside of a dream. When you're there, it's very gentle and peaceful. And you're allowed to sleep as long as you want, like when you wake up early on a day off lying on a futon. Sunlight comes in through the cracks in the curtains and you think you'll have to wake up soon. But then you realize it's your day off and you can go back to sleep. I think it'd be wasted on me. Waking up on accident even though it's your day off is something only you would do, Nessa. So? When I was there, it was very satisfying and calm. When I returned to this world, even though I'd just been there a second ago, I couldn't remember it well. It's like when you can't remember a dream you were just having. But I still remember it was a very calm and quiet world. That's it. The heck? That Golden Land she's always bragging about isn't anything great at all. I thought it was a place where all your dreams and wishes come true. That's right. It's a place where all your wishes will be granted. Well, maybe that's not quite it. It might be better to say it's a place where you won't wish for anything. So it's basically the Utopia meme image. For example, Canon, if you were cold and wished you had a jacket, you'd be happy to be given one. But if you were in a warm room to begin with, there wouldn't even be a reason to want one, right? That's what the Golden Land is like. There's no need to even wish for most things. It's a world where everything is calm. You could even say it's a place that transcends the concept that having your wishes granted will bring happiness. A world released from everything. Sounds something like a religious world. And there, everything is equal. Oh, the seagulls! It's symbolic. And there, everything's equal. Anything that can think is equal. There's no humans, furniture, or witches. There, I was equal to everyone. There was no longer any need to feel ashamed that I was furniture. It was honestly a happy world where all humans and even witches were equal. I can't really remember it well, but I have the feeling that when I was there, I was equal even to Beatrice-sama, and we were good friends. That witch is there can't be much of a paradise. So you want to go to that Golden Land with George-sama? Strange. The Golden Land's a utopia where you can be pleased with everything, right? Wouldn't you be content even if George-sama wasn't there? The land's very calm, peaceful, and everything is equal. But actually, happiness alone is left out. It isn't a happy world. Of course, just by being peaceful, calm, and equal, it's an incredibly happy world. But I guess you could say that it's a world of zero where you have no worries. The human world is filled with negatives, So of course the zero world is incredibly happy, but it's still zero. What a luxurious problem to have. Something like this. When you're nodding off on your quiet holiday morning, if the person you love the most is next to you and holding your hand, it can become something even greater. More wonderful happiness, something like that. Sorry, your nest sounds too dumb to be any good at analogies. In other words, to you, the greatest happiness would be reaching that world together with George-sama. Yes! And surely for you it'd be reaching that world together with Milady. We'll be released from our worries in a fair world. It's like some kind of strange religion. I'm more worldly minded. I imagined a world where we'd be given some magic medicine and we could be reborn as humans or something like that. Canon, you're missing the point! The whole point is the concept of humanity and furniture and witches doesn't matter in that world. What matters is you as a person is equal to everything and everyone. You're missing the whole damn point. If you go, you'll understand. If Beatrice-sama really is a fickle person, then surely someday she'll get you a glimpse of it too. Then you'll be able to understand my analogy. Well, I'm not holding my breath. At any rate, it seems like game over for us this time already. I'll hope for another chance. You're right. If we cling to any over-ambitious hopes, Beatrice-sama will take advantage of us. It might be best to just stop thinking and let fate take care of us. We can just be simple chess pieces. Gosh, the gym of the golden way is too empty. Yeah, you're right, sorry. They're fucking Ritz crackers, man. Go ahead, knock yourself out, take some. They're fucking Ritz crackers. Fucking saltines, bro. Knock yourself out. Cannon shrugged his shoulders and told Shannon to leave him alone because she was in the way of his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Cannon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in a corner by herself. At that moment, Cannon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a strange sound. Shh. Cross-sama, someone's coming. What the fuck? Oh shit, it's over. Those are good. They're saltines. They're just crackers. They're just salted crackers, man. I mean, I guess no, it's different from saltines. At least these are salted. Some crackers aren't even salted, you know? They're just wheat bread. Have another one. They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, uh-oh. Time to pay the piper. Perhaps this is our first and last chance. My foot's spasming. What the fuck? Weird. It's that weird thing, you know, where like your leg or like foot twitches, except it was happening really fast. What the fuck? That was freaking me out. It's not painful or anything, it's just weird. Stop it! Stop! Won't fucking stop. Stop it. Whatever, I don't care. I shall talk to Kinzo. I shall talk to Kinzo. I'll try to somehow find out where this place is. We're counting on you. During the last phone call, Kirie had asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kirie had learned it was the same as her watch, and she learned that the watches hadn't been set back. It wasn't just the clocks and the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, then it really had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they'd been transported to the dungeon. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out in character. Yeah, how are you gonna explain this? Were those really trapdoors then? Then were those really pitfalls, meaning this was the area directly under the dining hall? All they could do was pray that Nandra could find out where this was. They're coming. There's probably 4 people. Okay, so Kinzo, Renove, Virgilia, and God then. Yeah, figures. The master and 3 of those who appeared in the dining hall. That's enough. You come back here as well. We'll deal with the rest. Shannon-chan, sorry, but can I have you sit by the phone? Hide it with your skirt. Oh, smart. Smart. The shuffling came close and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, stroking the walls with sharp razor-like shadows. Kinzo? And the light from the lantern they held illuminated the prisoners through the bars. The bar's sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. 4 silhouettes. Yeah, of course. It was Kinzo, Renove, Virgilia, and Gop. Silence, everyone. Please welcome the head of the Ushiromiya family, Lord Goldsmith. Goldsmith? Its father's pen name. It seems he always signs with it when writing those bizarre grimoires. Kinzo made English style. Shouldn't that be Gold Warehouse? Oh! Fucking Jesus Christ, dude. What more is a warehouse than a place to keep things in? However, I give birth to gold and use my craftsmanship to further increase its worth. Don't you think Smith is much more fitting? True enough. I apologize for butting in. Kinzo-san, just what's going on? Where in the world is this? Oh, my friend. Can't you remember? True, you may have never entered the prison, But you should remember walking through this corridor. You don't mean... Huh? Do you have an idea? But, well, it's unthinkable. Firstly, we fell through a pitfall and were locked up here and in here after only a few minutes. Oh, not only is the distance too great, that's physically impossible. For a human, right? Father, is this the mansion? I think that a mansion, or the mansion had a basement like this. Kraus! Wasn't there a place whose existence you all whispered of, and which you followed after me several times, trying to find? The witch's mansion, bro. This is that place. No. To be correct, this is its basement. Could this place be the basement of Kuadorian? A splendid observation. This is indeed the basement of Kuadorian. Kuadorian? You don't mean Father's rumored hidden mansion? It really exists? This mansion was constructed for the sole use of my beloved witch, Beatrice. It's truly a shame I cannot guide you to the above-ground sections, as it is such a beautiful and elegant mansion. I love my keen to laugh. He's gonna start going. Nishishi. That was a lie. I actually kin Kokichi. How lovely. Just the two of them alone in a mansion with a prison like this. I guess Father's tastes are a bit more than I can stomach. Excuse me. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from such rude comments. But I agree. If a mansion I was given had this kind of dungeon in it, that'd shake me out of even a century-long love. And I'd take anything out of value and run. Oh my, so you don't have an interest in this kind of thing? No. And here I was thinking you went head over heels for it. Of course I go head over heels. Like if I get a collar or something for a birthday present. But only if he's hot. The Vine Boom? Silence. Perhaps you could use a gag more than a collar right now. Oh, you have an interest in that too. You sure aren't picky, Leah. Oh, don't just go around shortening people's names on your own. Enough, you noisy woman! You telling me you'd like to be locked up in the same cell? Apologies, Master. This old body of mine would not be able to stand such a cold prison. Virgilia quickly apologized, but Gop and Renov merely laughed together. It was like they thought they alone couldn't be imprisoned, or else that even if someone tried to imprison them, it'd be pointless. A prison is a place from which the captured cannot escape. That implies a strong will and love to not let them go for a lifetime. It's not even worth speaking of love to a woman you could give up on if she ran away. A woman who makes you so insane that you don't want to let her escape, to the point of binding her in chains. Because she was worthy of that, she was the love worth sacrificing my life for. I won't ask you to understand. No one can bind me. I won't be bound. I don't want to be loved. I want to love. I feel the same as Goldsmith. And that's why I understand the madness of your love. Love and madness are two sides of the same coin, or so they say. How bothersome. But learning where we are so easily was a big step. We'll ask details later, but it seems you know about this place. Right, Dr. Nanjo? Yes. If that hallway is the underground passage beneath Kuadorian, if we go straight down it, it'll become a long tunnel. And if we stay on that, we should be able to return to the mansion. Why are you guys trying to discuss your escape plan right in front of them? And if we could just do something about those bars, we could go home. Father, what are you planning to do with us? As I've already declared, you will become sacrifices for the later twilights. There's conveniently 5 people here. Exactly enough hostages for the 5 gougings. I see. Then it's time for us to pay the piper. Eventually. That's not why I've come to visit you this time, so relax. Besides, I believe I've said it already. If one of my grandchildren is deemed suitable to inherit everything from me, then the ceremony will be called off. In other words, your lives will be spared. What are you planning to do to the children? I shall give them a test. A test to see if they're suitable to be the successor or not. If even one of them can surprise me, I'll call the ceremony off. And if there isn't anyone suitable, what are you planning on doing with the children? There's no need to worry about that. After all, you will be sacrificed first. How could anything that happens after that concern you? Entrust your fates to your own children. Your children, the embodiment of what you've born, taught, and raised. They should be the most suitable ones for you to entrust with your fate. Don't look so worried, Kraus. Believe in the daughter that you brag is worth 10 billion yen. His laughs are so deranged. There he goes with that damn ass face. Exactly. Children are the embodiment of their parents. It's fitting that we put our fates in their hands. That applies even to you, Father, right? This girl has guts. What a waste on Rudolph. Kire's trying to rage bait him right now. Kire's trying so hard to rage bait him. Kirei-san, it'd be best not to aggravate him too much. I agree, stop trying to rage bait him. Let's bear with him for now. That's right. After all, we're just fish on the chopping board. There's nothing we can do now. Though you insult me with such vigor. I don't dislike that kind of woman, see? Beatrice was like that too in the beginning. Master, perhaps we should get back to the main topic. The main topic of me having to take a pee. BRB. Okay. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you. Alright. Master, perhaps we should get back to the main topic. We've been off track for a while now. Ah, yes. There was that. Sorry, my friend. Well then, back to the main event. For that, I've prepared a phone. Oh, he knew already. Shannon, how clever of you. You don't have to hide it any longer. That's something I arranged for. He's just too smart. My apologies. Shannon quickly withdrew herself and the telephone was revealed. This must be the test. This has to be the test, right? Kraus, call the grandchildren in the guest house. Tell them of the test and of the start of my trial. Renove motioned for Kraus to pick up the receiver. And if I say no, brother, you don't want to know. If he looked at me with that fucking crazy ass damn expression, I'd immediately be like, sorry dude, I was just trolling. I was just rage baiting you. Oh? And why do you think you're in a position to negotiate? If you don't make the call, then the grandchildren won't even be given a chance. The Ushinomiyas will end here. And I'll sacrifice you all right away. You'd be lucky to become sacrifices right away. Don't you think it'd be more painful to watch the children get sacrificed first before your very eyes? The master's the one who decides the order. Don't say things on your own. Don't give him any crazy ideas. Yeah, you just tried to shorten my name, didn't you? Okay, that was sort of my way. I did not. I told you not to shorten other people's names on your own. Women truly are. Oh, easy. Oh? To the meta world or a break? Oh, we're time hopping again. God fucking damn it. I hate it when they do this. No, take me back to the game. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. His aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different. Masayuki Nanjo, with a little introduction thing too. Nanjo's son who inherited the clinic. Unlike Nanjo, he seems to be a more sobered, indifferent person. After the rampage surrounding Rokenjima, he grew to completely despise the press, and he never spoke again of what happened around that time. He once had a daughter afflicted with an incurable disease, but unfortunately she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. That's what happens when you have an incurable disease, yeah. Please, my son, my daughter, they're both very sick. Nanjo said it very indifferently. After the accident on that island was taken up by the broadcast in a most indiscreet manner, even my father, who was Mr. Usomiya's doctor and friend, was focused upon by many with a wholly regrettable interest. All of it was without proof, and they even managed to defy all of my father's previous achievements. I still feel a great deal of resentment because of that. That's understandable. The same thing happened to me. Had to put up with it constantly since I was 6. True. My apologies. The doctor finally remembered that Angie was also a victim who'd been exposed to the same curious eyes as he'd been. In that case, you can probably understand why I don't want to have anything to do with that incident. It was an unfortunate accident. The only ones who want to make a fuss about it being a crime are those irresponsible TV shows and magazines. I'm more than fed up with their attitude. Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushinomiya Kinzo's few friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and the press to use Nanjo's son, as well as surviving relative, as a source of information. The doctor went on and on criticizing the press indignantly. I really understand how you feel. For a person like me who was observed even in her personal life, whose privacy, likeness, and rights have been violated, it's easy to pick up on the anger of someone in your position. And for that very reason, I want to know more than anything else, what in the world happened in the incident that so thoroughly ruined my life? So I came here. I'm a related party like you, not a magazine columnist or an interviewer. Please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to do this for fun. Don't look down on me. If we're gonna argue over whose life was most screwed up by that incident, you're no match for me. Angie spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined he'd be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From Angie's perspective, the doctor was really whining over nothing. She really didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he'd said something wrong and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable. I know it's probably painful to remember what happened at the time, but if there's anything you do know, please tell me. Of course I'll keep quiet about it. I visited here to bring some resolution to my life. I'm 18. That incident took away 12 years of my life. And it'll probably keep on taking. Since that day when I was 6, I've remained shut away in darkness. Are you saying that despite that I still don't have a right to know? He ain't say all of that now. You putting damn words in his mouth. That's a whole brand new ass sentence. He was just ranting about the fucking press. Gaslight, manipulate. How rude of me. It seems that since all the others who came were ill-natured folk, I instinctively put up my guard. I apologize. I understand. If you swear not to breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll tell you everything. Thanks, Doctor. If you would, tell me anything you can. As you know, my father was not only Mr. Ushiromiya's head physician, but his friend through the game of chess. That relationship was very long, stretching back to the time Mr. Ushinomiya moved to Rokkenjima. How close were they? Very, it seems. Historians would say they're friends. It seems that their connection through chess often led my father to stay at Mr. Ushinomiya's mansion quite often. Although I may not be one to talk, Mr. Ushinomiya was extremely moody. My father was an exceedingly magnanimous man who excelled at interacting with humans like him. It's not hard to imagine that he was a rare friend for the isolated Mr. Ushinomiya. That day was the day of the family conference. At the Ushinomiya family conference, the inheritance and how it would be distributed were rigorously discussed, making it almost like a financial conference. Which means Dr. Nanja must have gained a trust so great he was asked to attend even that, right? My father was a simple doctor, so I cannot imagine that he was in a position to advise on the distribution of wealth for such a massively rich family. He was most likely called there to assist with Mr. Ushinomiya's health, because it was not of its best at the time. As Kinzo's close friend, I'm sure my father would have kept his mouth shut, that he was trusted not to leak the secrets of the family conference. Wasn't Ushinomiya Kinzo in very bad health at the time? Were there any medical charts left behind? Perhaps he brought the medical charts with him on the day of the accident. I'm afraid to say that the entire folder of Mr. Ushinomiya has been lost. It was my father's patient, so I know not the details. Around the time of the incident, did anything strange happen? There was one thing. It seems exceedingly likely to invite misunderstanding, so I very much do not wish to— No, tell us! Please! For a while, the doctor beat around the bush. But after saying that, he wouldn't be able to fool Angie by dodging the subject. He gave in, and after making Angie swear herself to secrecy again, told her. The truth is, several days after that accident, I received something by mail at my home. By mail? The wax seal and everything. So did Beatrice send this? It was very curious. The sender was made out to be me, but I had no memory of it. Someone had faked my name and sent it. Huh? Oh, so he sent— So someone— Okay. The destination was Ruben Island in Hokkaido. Excluding the northern territories, it is the northernmost tip of Japan. The recipient was apparently a resident on Ruben Island, but the name was my father's. However, it seemed there was a problem with the destination address, so it was stamped as address unknown and returned to the sender, me. So a letter under his name that he sent to Nanjo, his dad, But it failed, so it got sent back to him. It was truly strange. Nanjo-san's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa on Hokkaido's Ruben Island. A Riban Island. The lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo-san. What was inside? I do ask you keep silent about this. It's extremely troublesome to me as well. And even so, I can't throw it away. The doctor stood up and faced a bookshelf. There was packed a group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, and to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, and its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago. I ask most solemnly for your silence on this matter. Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. And when he took the envelope, an already opened mail envelope slipped out. The envelope had a weight to it, hinting there was something other than a letter inside. It's like a fucking fidget spinner, and then the letter's like, "What's good, bitch? What's good? What's good, daddy? What's fucking good?" I have no recollection of ever having sent this. Nor this fidget spinner. I've never once owned a fidget spinner in my life. You can see why I'm deeply bothered by this. There's like fucking Angie's like flipping the paper back and forth, flipping it over. It's like, is there anything else? No. Just that letter saying, "What's good, man? What's good, daddy?" The recipient was certainly Nanjo Terumasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following that incident, Nanjo's corpse hadn't been found, and he eventually was treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to Nanjo was addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido, and it existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he'd faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido. Was Dr. Nanjo really in Hokkaido? Or was there another person with the same first and last names in Hokkaido? If my father had somehow escaped from the accident and lived on in Hokkaido, that would have made us of his family very happy, regardless of the circumstance. I also thought of that at first. However, the envelope's destination address doesn't exist. In short, this envelope was mailed that had no way of reaching him. Is there a possibility the sender miswrote the correct address? Of course, I can't deny it. Judging from the residence's house number, I find that hard to believe. Was it like 666 or some shit? Or like the number written on the walls or some shit? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh. Yeah, they had no intention of that actually going through. Yeah. Ruben Island, Ruben County, Ruben City, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I couldn't help wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after it was a little insincere. What makes you think that? It felt like a fake number some kid had made up. Really? You think so? They probably wrote a nonsense number that clearly didn't exist. I think it's natural to assume that from the very beginning, this envelope was sent to a non-existent residence to which it had no chance of being delivered. If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender. But even in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. And they still can't find it. The mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that the same thing had happened with this envelope, and the stamp was marked October 3rd. Postmarked on Nijima. Nijima was a long way from Riban Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. Taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery. And inside? Take a look. From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number plate attached. And a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved in it. Members was written in English. The jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. But of course I had no kind of clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. The following was written. That's the number that was written on the wall! That was the number that was written on the wall. I can't remember what it was. Wasn't it like Battler's birthday or something? Shit. July 15th, November 29th. Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the word Central Branch. That was all. This is... It's a card, key, and a pin for a safe deposit box. If I recall correctly, it was his birthday. Okay, yeah, okay, good. It wasn't a normal safe deposit box either. It was an unsettling one, which was apparently reserved only for special clients. After he finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he visited the bank. Pin and key and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. He hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he'd owed in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuables, such as real estate transcripts and safe deposit boxes before, but this was something on a whole different level. Unlike the procedure at the deposit box I'd been using, with this system, as long as you had a card, a pin, and key, you didn't need to have your identity confirmed. I was frightened at how imposing that secure vault was. I wonder what kind of shady objects might await me that had to be stored in a place like this. What was it? It was a fidget spinner. When I passed the card through the reader, I was asked to input the pin. And after that 8-digit number was input and authenticated, I was permitted access to the vault. Is it the gold? It was an incredible scene. A world like something from a sci-fi movie. A massive, dimly lit silver room was covered with doors to safes. He entered that room along with the clerk. It seems that as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were determined, so that safes he could open were lit with the green light, while those he couldn't were lit with the red one. A112 was one of those safes that were marked. By the way, there were several other safes marked with a green lamp besides that one. At least 20. There might have even been more in the other corner. In any event, I only had the key to A112. I had no way of checking the contents of the other safes. As the clerk watched, the doctor unlocked and opened the safe. That has to be the gold, right? When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet had opened, and an expensive-looking duraluminum case peeked out. That was carried into a separate room where for the first time the clerk left, and he was introduced to the contents. The contents were cash. Cash? How much? I've heard that a pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick. Since those were packed tightly into a duraluminum case of such a size, 100 million in total. I don't know because I didn't count. I didn't even touch it with my hands. I realized at once this was dangerous money. It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case in a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone's unable to do that, it's clear that there's something wrong with the cash. It's dirty money! He's smart. He's fucking smart. He is so smart. You're already a doctor. You probably make pretty decent bank already. Yeah, that he made the right choice. Are you fucking kidding me? My mind went blank and I instantly realized I mustn't get involved. So you didn't use it at all? Correct. I locked it back up just as I'd found it and returned it to the original safe and left. I thought about throwing away that key and card, but I don't know what'll happen. For that reason, I've been hiding it in the back of this bookcase for a full 12 years. I still don't know what kind of money that was. Can I borrow this envelope? No. Please just view it here. Then, if you'll excuse me, there's something I want to investigate. Ooh. And I opened the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to Onechan and compared the handwriting on both. Again? Is it again? The same? The one who sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. What is it? Something's bugging me. What could it be? What the fuck? Who? What? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck? I'm pretty sure I got something like that in the mail. Hey, Ma, where'd you put that? The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. But he'd been very busy in the days since and seemed to have forgotten about it while running around all over the place. Kumasawa Sabakichi, Kumasawa's son, works at the Nijima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kumasawa. He also inherited the closed eyes. Many of Kumasawa's sons are fishermen, so they're often away from land for their work. This one happens to work at the harbor, so it was only coincidence I managed to get in touch with him. Kumasawa loved to talk, so I did hope he might have heard her let something slip. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The one-winged eagle. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Nanjo's sons. Kumasawa-san, the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo, Okinawa Prefecture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again. Yonaguni Island was the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was the exact same sequential number. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. And the contents were the same. The letter with the pin in the bank's main branch written on it. Magnetic card, a key with an attached number plate. E13. Number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Probably the same kind of duralumin case packed with 100 million yen in cash. I get the feeling my dead ma sent it to me from beyond the grave. Don't really get what's inside and it's creepy, so I just left it alone all this time and totally forgot about it till today. You're a smart man too. So, you know what this is, girl? Could it be that same kind of thing that came to your place? Did she also get one? Wait, if that's the case, how would he know? Or is he just making an assumption? Wait, no, he's just making an assumption. I'm stupid. Could it be that the same kind of thing came to your place? That's how you read it. I'm stupid, sorry. What is it, Angie-sama? Uryu, is it a headache? A headache? Sorry, my head hurts. I've got it. I know. What do you mean, you know? You don't mean this envelope came to your place too, Angie-sama? I've remembered. 12 years ago, a strange envelope was also sent to me. After losing my entire family, I was depressed, but it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. The named recipient had been Ushiromiya Rudolph, my father. I remembered how disturbed I was when I got a letter I thought was from father, opened it up, and found a key and card I didn't understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where'd I put it? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I've no way of checking its contents. Yet I have a general idea. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope. Beatrice. What is she trying to accomplish? More proof that she existed or something? Did she hand out the stupid money to all the surviving relatives? I won't forgive her for mocking them even after their deaths. Uryu, Genji. Sakataro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit. I'm sorry. My hatred of Beatrice isn't anything new. I was just surprised and angry to find out that I had a connection with the witch already at the age of 6 that day. For the past 12 years, you've been constantly enslaved by Beatrice-sama's curse. This might be proof of it. But please hang in there. Breaking through that was supposed to be a part of the goal of this journey. That's right. Just letting the blood get to my head won't get me anywhere. Gotta think calmly. What's going on? What's the meaning of handing out 100 million yen to the relatives? Is she trying to provoke us? Damn that Beatrice. Angie, calm down. Who are you? As Sakataro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking. I wonder if this envelope was sent to support the theory that Beatrice was behind that crime. It was postmarked right before the family conference. And it was intentionally set up so it would be sent back after some time. They wanted it to arrive after the incident, is that it? Yeah, that's what it implies. But it raises a few questions. Why use such an uncertain method? Uncertain? Yeah. After all, no one could even guess at how many days it'd take for the mail to return before you used this trick. Normally, you couldn't even guess at the amount of time it'd take for the receiving post office to do their research, determine that the recipient was unknown and return it. Now that you mention it... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it'd be more dependable if they just set an arrival date and mailed it that way, Uryu.
Maybe, but still, if they mailed it the day before, then no matter how quickly it returned, it'd probably arrive Monday or later. I wonder if they wanted to make it seem like a letter from the dead. Letter from the dead? You're right. It surprised me and it made me feel bad. Some mail with my dead family's name written on the outside in large letters was thrown into the mailbox with an ominous label attached. However, it doesn't really make sense to me. I would have mailed it to arrive on a specified day. I just can't understand why someone would allow the uncertainty of it arriving on a day other than the one they imagined. Unless they don't gaff?
Uryu. That really does sound like Beato to me.
Huh? You know about Beta?
I only talked with her a little. Still, I can pretty much accept that Beto would do something like this. Can't you imagine that happening to Mamon? Beto likes pranks like this, right? Uryu.
That might be true.
Hold on.
Ugh, out of water. Needs to get some more water. Actually, maybe I shouldn't. Because I'm gonna keep idly sipping it and I'm gonna have to pee again. Because I already have to pee again and I just got back from a pee break, bro. What the fuck? Okay, no more water. I'm gonna dehydrate myself, lol. Dude, I'm hungry. I'll have to eat more of these Ritz crackers.
No, that's not all. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
I remembered Undertone's diary. During those times, Beto sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives of Maria. Were more interesting when they were uncertain. Maria, Onetan, and Beto decided to use a wind-up mini car she bought for a prank. The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who will get caught, or even if anyone will get caught at all. Alright, that'll hold me for a while. Here's all my Ritz crackers. It's probably true you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person's very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. As she examined these, her car's gaze darted from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, several framed pictures were hung. Many of them were commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. And she still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her lighthearted laugh. It's part of my distant memory, but I do remember that she was this sort of cheerful old lady. Did you notice anything different about Kumasawa in the days leading up to the incident? No, she looked the same as ever. Family conference put her on edge, so she was always grumbling about how tough it was. What's this? Among the several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit, as I wondered why anyone had gone to the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some characters had been written with a pen. Oh yeah, that's a photo I got when Mother's belongings were distributed. I think it probably has something to do with that legend on the gold thing. The witch's epitaph, you mean? It was whispered that it pointed out the location of the hidden 10 tons of gold. So Kumasawa tried to solve it too. But this isn't the epitaph. It's the first time I've seen it. This is where the church is, I'm fairly sure. English words were engraved there, and that seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing also appeared to be a translation into Japanese. Tsutse. This door is opened only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1. You will be blessed only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1. Don't recognize it. Nothing like this ever showed up in the epitaph or One-chan's diary. Mother's belongings, there were quite a few photos and notes that looked like her trying to solve the riddle. Mother was actually surprisingly fond of that kind of thing. And there was that rumor that 10 tons of gold were hidden somewhere. I was surprised she got so absorbed by it. The witch's epitaph that talked about how it was the ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, Beatrice's succession ceremony. On and on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last part, about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you'd receive not only the 10 tons of gold in the family inheritance, but her own power and name as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushinomiya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the family head Kinzo had arranged for to choose a successor. But with the mariage sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both of the message bottles drew a tale of crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. I mean, you never knew your grandfather, or great-grandfather in this case. Or no, just grandfather, yeah. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. Huh? I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Enora theory. What the hell are those? La Plata theory. They were real word theories. Oh, okay, never mind. So I thought this was like actual stuff. I'm afraid if I open that thread, I'm gonna get spoiled, so I'll stop. However, neither of these theories were conclusive. Any other materials? I think so, but they were all split up between my siblings. I don't have a clue as what. Sorry. Just reading this English text that Kumasawa-san took a picture of, it gives the impression that this was a forbidden door that was rarely opened. Where in the mansion is it, I wonder? It's the church! It's the fucking church! I remember this shit! I wonder if Kumasawa-san thought that the gold might be hidden in there. Who knows? Either way, I do wonder where in the Rokkenjima mansion it was. I hate to say it, but there wasn't enough money in Mother's bank account to make me think she found it. What a laugh. She probably didn't find it after all. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ushinomiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans in Rokkenjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. like how it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced when my family died on that island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now. They're being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. The last place Angie visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores, with a signboard saying, Marufuku Sleep Shop. Is it Goda? It's gotta be Goda, right? Is this Goda's family? Oh no, never mind. There lived the man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rokkenjima at the time. Even he who had once lived as man of the sea had retired after contracting a serious illness. He was now taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife. Oh, Captain Kawabata. An old man who used to be a captain of a high-speed boat that went to and from Rokkenjima. At least among those alive, he's certainly the person most familiar with matters concerning Rokkenjima. The media hoped he might have learned details of the situation inside the Ushomiya family from various discussions with servants going to and from. However, he never said anything, so they eventually began to forget this old man. I should save. I remember it very well. You were still about this small. Look how you've grown. And it must have been very tough on you. I know very well how you must feel. The former boat captain was in such high spirits you couldn't really tell why he retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he could remember the events of more than a decade ago well, apparently even about how Angie had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for Angie, but at the same time he also remembered the final family conference very well. And the fact that he remembered even details like Battler's fall madness in the boat was actually painful for her. Oh. That had been so back then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rokkenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd been unable to arrange for a boat to Rokkenjima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless. Won't be easy to find a boat eager to get to that island. And now there are even some who call it by its old name, Oououggggghhh instead of Rokkenjima. Understandable why the sailors around here would turn down your request. From the start, fishermen had feared Rokkenjima as an island of misfortune. And because of the incident 12 years ago, this fear had reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There were almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokkenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this had caused the sense of mystery surrounding Rokkenjima to increase furthermore, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they loved so much. Would you take me, please? What? That easy? That fucking easy? Hell yeah! Yep, I'm supposed to give it back to me just for tomorrow. Those agent's engine has been in a pretty bad mood lately. I'll knock it into shape. The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokkenjima. Now my method of transport to Rokkenjima is insured. This is probably now all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. In Rokkenjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that searches back 12 years. You're right, that is too easy. I'm scared.
Isn't that great? This way it looks like you'll be able to go to the island.
It sure does. I'd heard it'd be hard to find the boats. The boat captain self-necessarily saved me. What if he has dementia or something? And he's like, what promise? What? Yeah, what if he's delusional? That's my take. That's my guess. It's like, well, you said you would take me today. It's like, oh no, I didn't. I don't know who you are even. Although it may not be the same as it was for you, Angie Summer, I'm sure the incident 12 years ago has been a thorn for the boat captain as well, when he still hasn't been able to pull out.
Uryu, even the boat captain wasn't able to sort out his feelings this whole time.
It's probably true. If that guy had taken his boat out on October 5th as promised, there's a chance he could have saved a lot of people. If he hadn't been hesitant to go out just because of a little wind.
Uryu, you shouldn't say things like that. I'm sure that's pained the boat captain constantly until today.
You can just pin it all on him, yeah. Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the captain, he'd had known for certain that they'd been trapped, or they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokkenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All of the relatives had been very busy at the time. They came to the family conference only after arranging the schedules prior. It was probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week just because a typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the captain's fault. Perhaps you could say that he wasn't so irresponsible that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain has been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. By taking me, the last member of the Ushiromiya line, to the island and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past. Boat's supposed to return this afternoon. I'll guide you to Rokkenjima after that, so we should arrive before evening. It's an island without electricity or lights. You won't be able to stay long. Will you be satisfied with the landing that short? Anything's good, I guess. There's nothing that would make me more satisfied by staying longer. I'm grateful just to have you take me there. Yep, don't mention it. If I hadn't parted with my boat, I'd be able to guide it to the island much as you liked without being stingy. It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokkenjima. So I'll be there during the evening. Yeah, do you have to be there at night? I think you should go in the morning, methinks. The evening which straddles the two different worlds of day and night seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next. Or possibly 1998 and 1986. And it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokkenjima. It's not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. At the time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow. That's great. It's about time for us to go. We'll be counting on you tomorrow, Captain. Sure, leave it to me. I've heard all about what you guys have gone through. I also watched the talk shows at the time and was disgusted by the people who stirred up that incident just for fun. I'll help out in any way I can. Thanks, Captain Kawabata. I hope you don't die, even though we're in the future of 12 years, and that's unlikely to happen. But still, I hope you don't die. We'll see you noon tomorrow. Here. The fare for the boat. Angie took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain should have noticed its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head. I'm grateful to you. This is a sign from the heavens. I've been given a final chance to take you to Rokkenjima and bring it back safely. Now we'll finally be able to finish the final job Kinzo-san entrusted me with. So I'm grateful to you. I got more than enough money from Kinzo-san back then. I can't accept yours. Thank you very much. What a nice guy. Watch your step on the stairs, it's steep. I went down the staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Most of the first floor was a bedding store with many futons piled up on each other. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusha dashed out first and started up the car. The grandchild's room is empty. I really wouldn't mind if you stayed there. As you see, we've got plenty of extra futons. Thank you for the offer. But this way, even if the unexpected happens, you won't be bothered. I don't know the details, but it seems you've been caught up in a lot of trouble. There's a rumor that some suspicious people are looking for someone. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Who knows? And she played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed. My job's to take guests to Rokkenjima and bring them back again. The job was put on hold 12 years ago and it still hasn't ended. Thanks to you, I'll finally be able to finish it. So listen, let me finish this job, okay? Understand me? No. Yeah. It's not like I'm going there to die. Angie in like the metaverse right now. We're gonna fucking die! Oh my god, Battler, if we don't fucking win this shit, we're gonna fucking die, get tortured! Oh shit! But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I'd surely be able to go to where my family is. I've finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading towards Rokkenjima in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well. That's why he repeatedly told me not to die. Yeah, I won't die. Promise. After all, I'm still not sure if there's any reason why I need to go to Rokkenjima. Oh, I'm sure there's a reason. Even if there isn't one for you, there is one for them. What? What? Who the fuck is them? That's scary. The island called you. That's why you came here. Oh, them as in the family. Oh. That might be true. I might have been called. I was. For what reason, though? For them. Father, mother, Battler Oni-chan, and Maria One-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What is on Rokkenjima? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission. Girl, it's closure. That's what you want, okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard. I'll see you tomorrow, if you'll excuse me. Yep. Winding between the stacks of futons and the cramped doors, about to go outside. And my feet stopped. What is that? Oh, that what? What you talking about? Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean... That must mean... Impossible. Why?
Ryu, Angie, what the fuck does this shit mean? What's going on here?
I don't have a clue either. There's always something that ridiculous. Is this magic? A miracle? What's going on? Yes, this is probably fate. Now I understand. This was my mission. What is it? Tell me!
Ryu.
I don't have a clue. What? I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up. What is it? I see something there, don't you? I don't see anything. Well, what is it you see? Thank you, Captain. Everything was fate. Even me visiting this place was fate. This is the mission and the purpose that I'm going to look into for. Show me! Angie-san, what is it? Is something wrong? I don't have a clue either. This girl just frozen while pointing into the darkness. You okay, Angie-san? What can you see? No, they just said they can't fucking see it! So describe it to us! Please! Stop edging me! Fucking show me! Fucking show me already, for fuck's sake! Oh my fucking god, I don't give a fuck. Show me! Just fucking show me! Stop! Takataro lifted his face towards Angie. From his eyes slid a single tear. What the fuck is it? Okay, I get it, it's magic. Show me what the fuck it is. Oh my fucking god! Are you serious? You're not gonna fucking show me? This game is shit. This game is shit. This game is poop from a fucking butt. This game is poop from a butt. What the fuck is it? Oh my god, I'm so pissed off right now. Not very magic of me. I don't give a fuck. I have anti-magic resistance in me. I have the toxin in me, so I need it explained to me. Fuck. That's so fucking infuriating. Oh, yeah, it's love, it's magic. I need a physical representation. I need a visual. I need a visual now. Fuck. I'm fucking mad. Test? Yes. Listen well. Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. The message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor. Dad has said that his successor will not be one of us siblings, that he wants to pick from among his grandchildren. From Cross's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized his daughter, or asked his daughter, that he was being forced to speak. And she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now. And that if they refused this test, there's a possibility the hostages would be harmed. Then... what should we do? Indeed. Hold on. Grinning Kinzo, and it's that stupid fuck-ass evil-looking sprite. Kinzo gave his next order. Oh no, I guess not.
Before the test, those not involved must be removed. Goda and Kumasawa are there, I believe. It will be a problem if they interfere with the test. Banish them from the guest house.
Banish? Oh, sorry about my mic.
There should be a gardening storehouse in the Rose Garden. Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there. We'll begin from there. Tell them to do it immediately. My weapons will be watching. My weapons will be watching. If they happen to do anything questionable, you will fucking die.
I understand. Jessica, listen closely to what I say. First, relay the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa. What kind of test are you planning?
It truly is a simple test. I only want my grandchildren to show me their resolve. Now then, battler! What is 9 plus 10, battler? Only those with the belief and resolve and conviction may solve this equation.
Responds in blue. 9 plus 10? It's such a simple question. But this is a test. Grandfather wouldn't pose such a simple question. I know that he's trying to get something out of me. Magic? No. That's it. This is the answer he's looking for. 21? It's 21, Kinzo! It's 21! And then Kinzo, yes! Wonderful! I have a wonderful grandchild in you, Battle. You've passed the first test. The first step is belief. You've passed with flying colors. Yes! If you really think about it, that 9 plus 10 really is an exercise in belief. A belief in resolve in the answer being 21.
Well then, I wonder what kind of results they'll show me. Now then, George Ushinomiya, your test is to turn on the PS2, attach to the TV, and beat my high score in Tony Hawk's Underground Skater 1. And you are not allowed to use the infinite grind glitch.
But Grandfather's score is well over 9 million. How am I supposed...
And you can only do one trick all at once.
Looking disgusted, Kirie watched Kraus, who was talking with the children. I hate it, but for now we can't refuse orders. This dungeon of feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him to a position where he might kill us, there'll no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for an opportunity. Yet if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in the so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Quick, Kraus! Okay, Kraus, Cannon, get butt-ass naked, you too, Dr. Nanjo, and start like fucking do Fortnite dances. That'll cause them to be confused for a moment. And in that moment of confusion amongst the head and his servants, then you can dial up the guest house and tell them we're in the secret fucking dungeon of Kuwotarian. You gotta find us there. And then that's their one chance at escape. While telling herself this, Kirie watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders. Kirie-san, let us be patient. Dude, I want ramen right now so bad. But also, I don't want to like pay $15 for like a single meal. You know what I could do with $15? One is I could go to the grocery store and then make another batch of curry that'll feed me for the next 3 days. Two, I could get a pizza that could feed me for also 2 days, actually. You know what, even for $15, that's enough for like fucking 3 batches of curry. Oh man, I'm so hungry. No, I'm not that hungry, but I'm making myself hungry as fuck. It's unfortunate, but all we can do right now is wait. If only we could do something. I'm telling you, pee. Just fucking pee on the bars, bro. If only we could somehow get out of here. I'll try something. Kinzo, I have a request. What is it, my friend? Could you let us out of here, please? He just straight up asked, could you let us out of here, please? We understand well that you want to test the children. It's fine for you to do as you desire. Without your power, the Ushiro-miya family might have been destroyed long ago. We understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take charge. Besides, that's what the conference is all about. We won't get in your way. Your insight is useful. That's right. This is the family conference. The final family conference where I will select my successor. And yet, Kinzo-san, it's far too cold here. Since we won't interfere with your test, couldn't you take us to a slightly warmer place? Oh. No, you blew it. In Anjo's words, the slightest signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. Nanjo was struck with a moment of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes, as though praising him. This place is cold. It's tough on an old body. Master, wouldn't it be alright if we moved them upstairs? I cannot do that! Are you naive, Nanjo? So, by acting as though you'll skip this turn, you truly and splendidly advance your strategy. I'm not falling for that, you see? If you're freezing, then why don't I line the floor with red-hot coals? My apologies. Aww. Virgilia had turned. Aww, Virgilia, thanks. Leah had tried to help out, but in the end, Kinzo wouldn't comply. You two sure are obedient. If you felt like it, you could easily break these bars. Yeah, why don't they? I know they're both capable of it. Even if we do, nothing will come of it. Of course. If you were to break these, it would mean the end of the goldsmith's game. All of you, as well as those humans in the guest house, would immediately become sacrifices for Kinzo's ceremony. But surprisingly, you two might be the only ones, yes. Perhaps only you two have the power to break out of this situation, right? You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you? You must have many dreams, you are granite, right? Evil, you're the demon! You're the devil! Gop. You mustn't provoke them. This is not your game. It is the Master's as well as Milady's game. What is it, Renov? Oh no, nothing. We were talking to the prisoners. Forgive us. Gop sent one final sneering smile at Cannon that turned away. I would have flipped her off at that last moment before she turned. Cannon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists. Damn it. You did well. Good job hanging in there. We're powerless. Because we're furniture. That's right. We're powerless. Yet, even furniture is sometimes relied upon and even loved. Right now, we've only been stored away in the basement. Surely one day somebody will love us. Because they'll rely on us. That's why for now, bear with it. Okay? Father, I've ordered them to lock up Gora and Kumasawa in the storehouse. Very well. Hang up now. Siesta sisters. Observe the grandchildren as they lock Goda and Kumasawa away. If they do anything suspicious, in that moment, the selection test for my successor will be over. Kinto made his order. The sisters appeared behind him in a line. Understood, sir. I'll scout. 556 and 410 will cover both flanks. 45, you're on wide area surveillance. 456ers. Oh, these guys, no, they're probably dead. She was a good kid. That's why I don't like them, yeah. Good people, yeah. What are you doing, Jester sisters? Follow my orders! My apologies, sir. Let us go observe. Move! The sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Nanjo and Kirie had witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation, but they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation. Well then, I shall begin the preparations for the test. Wait, I know this! I know what he's gonna do. Wait, I have an idea. If the past 3 episodes have been locked room tests, then it has to happen again. Kinzo is about to make them solve a fucking game of locked room mysteries as their test. Mark my fucking words. God smite me where I am. God strap an explosive to my fucking chest and blow me to kingdom fucking come. God tie me to a fucking wooden pole with a bunch of soldiers with fucking guns pointed at me and fucking fire at me if I'm fucking wrong. God strike me down where I am. Let me be drawn and quartered by horses in several different directions if I'm fucking wrong, okay? Let me be run over by a fucking mom driving her sports van going 60 miles per hour because her kids are late for the soccer game. All right? Okay, that'll do it. Ranov, Gap. I'm asking you to be the examiners. Virgilia, you'll watch these rats. After all, 2 of my furniture are here. Just in case, be on your guard. Glanced at Shannon and Cannon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary actions. Certainly. I'll be careful. Isn't this cold hard on your old body, Leah? Should I bring you a hot bottle? Shut up. Go quickly.
What a strange experience this game is to have a test and examiners. I do hope this development entertains milady.
Come, arise, good attendance. From that spot, 3 massive goat hair attendants suddenly appeared. Ah, Meto's minions. How convenient. Must they seem so warm? I see, so you'll use them instead of a hot water bottle. In that case, wouldn't sheep have been better than goats? You're the one wearing cashmere. They aren't very bright, but they faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable.
I leave it to you, my friend, Virgilia. The rest of you follow me.
With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cloak. Following him were Renov and Ga, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants. Yeah, I was about to say, you 3 are supposed to wait here with me. Don't follow them. Kirie, who had been watching stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. What entertaining underlings. Lord Goldsmith didn't give you permission to speak. She was probably embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coolly, but Kirie saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. LOL! However, on the inside, Kirie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. After all, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuwadorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known of its existence until today. Are there actually several facilities like this in Rokenjima? Or many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide? How many humans are on Rokenjima locked away by the typhoon? Anyone? The contrary. Were we the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we who bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not, and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not? Nothing more than frogs nowhere on this island. Not only that, are there actually more people on the enemy side than ours? What the fuck's going on? You and me both. Witches? Demons? Magic? You telling us to believe in those? Are my eyes screwed up or is it my head? I think I'm losing it. Mass murder by magic. Demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Setting aside the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world? Kirie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore, and while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she grit her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. My father texted me. Yes, Papa. Oh shit! My dad bought tacos! Fuck yeah! Thanks, Pops. Fuck yeah, fuck this. I'm gonna go eat tacos real quick. Not like actual tacos, he got Taco Bell. Just to clarify, because people are gonna be like, you mean actual tacos? Or you mean some fast food like Taco Bell and like taco? I don't know. Like, come on, bro. Leave my ass alone, I'm hungry. I'm feeling like an Usagi moment right now, dude. Back by 15 of the next hour. BRB. Alright, be right back. Eat well. I'm gonna eat so fucking good, and you guys are gonna be like, can I have some? And I'm gonna be like, no, fuck no. Eat lol. That's better. Okay, where am I? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Thank you. Hi guys. I ate like 4 of the tacos and it tasted really good. I ate that shit so fast. What the fuck? Damn, I was hungry. Hell no. Left the rest to my ma. We just got home. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed. You don't have much of a choice in the matter if you want to live, like at all. But they were threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety couldn't be guaranteed. It was really hard to get them to agree, but once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening store was supposed to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that blankets of food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. This place is pretty chilly. I wonder how long we'll have to stay locked in here. It could be as late as Monday morning at the worst, so a full day and night. I really feel bad about doing this to you two. George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought. It'll be hard for you guys to go until Monday with just this. If only we could make a trip to the kitchen. They said not to go anywhere we weren't told to. It sounds like we're being watched. Damn. It can't be helped. More importantly, take care of Kumasawa. We don't know what might happen. If the going gets tough, I'd like you to play it by ear and come to the rescue. And more than anything, I want you to be safe. Goda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered that atrocity in the dining hall. He hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror. Thank you. Make sure you stay on your guard. You too, Kumasawa-san. You please take care as well. I don't have any idea what's going on anymore. Well then, we'll be off. Let's go, Battler. Jessica. Come on. You too, Maria. Ooh. 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 Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. The shutter was brought down and locked. And George walked toward the small window on the side of the storehouse. At that side, there was a small latticed window that could only admit light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would hopefully protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out. You okay? You aren't cold, are you? We're okay. You're giving us so many blankets after all. You wrap ourselves up, we'll just be fine. Wish we could have brought them a kerosene stove or something. They wouldn't have ventilation here. It'll probably be tough for them, but there's nothing we can do now. Hostages are being held against us. We can't disobey. Damn it. If we manage to save Kitty and the rest somehow. Might be listening. Ursan here. It's the key to the shutter. Oda took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pocket. There's only one key to the gardening shed's shutter. And that key was being held by the ones locked up inside of it. The children had kept it and had stolen it from them by some chance. That would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter couldn't be opened from the inside. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. Wait! Wait, they just showed us the locked room mystery! They just showed us, they literally just showed us the first locked room. What if the first test is literally them getting killed? No way, bro. Oh my god, Kinzo just had them make their own closed room murder. There was no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinzo ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, closed room— they even fucking said it, LOL. That this cold, closed room— which one was my Vine Boom button? Was it this button? 21. It's 21. That's the fart button. That's also the fart button. Okay, there we go. It took all 4 tries. Cold, closed room would protect them. Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand and looked over the thickets in the pitch black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was watching to see whether we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there hiding and watching. I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but I was able to hold it back through reason. The 4 children left the area repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow so that we can meet those 2 again. To George, who closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock had made it feel as though he'd killed them with his own hands. And so, we can't defy them. What's with this test? Damn geezer, don't screw with us! Killing Mom, capturing Dad? I don't get it, I'll kill him!
It's okay, Jessica! There's nothing to be said about when I'll be rejoined to the Golden Land!
That's what you're gonna say, right? Yeah. Fucking every single time Maria goes crazy.
Ah, the witch will be revived! The Golden Land! Blah, 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 blah. Ow!
Don't laugh indiscreetly like that. Bad manners. Seriously, resurrection ceremony for a witch? Getting so many people involved. Getting so many people involved in delusions you should have just kept inside his head. It's gonna cost you, bastard. It'll be bad if we aren't there when Grandfather calls the guest house again. Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the house. At that moment, Jessica turned in a circle, facing towards the darkness of the rose garden and roared. Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. Ooh. After they left from the exact point in darkness that Jessica had yelled at, two rabbit ears sprung up. Sorry! He found me out! It's because you're too slow, yeah. And you can someone's gonna scold you. I'm sorry, please, I can't put you in please. Quiet. It was obviously just a bluff. Goda and Kumasawa's imprisonment confirmed. Mission complete. We'll report back. Yeah. Shut up with that damn Kokichi Omo laugh. I fucking hate you. Ow! Do you want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of collective responsibility? That's like my Uma's fucking dream. Are you kidding me? Carrots and water? That's their fucking dream. The fact they were being watched certainly seemed to be true, because when they returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on, and laid down on their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as this was her house, but now it was the eldest, George, who picked it up. This time, Kirie was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Battler out of consideration. Ah, thanks, George. Hello? Kirie? Everything alright over there? Thanks for worrying. At the moment, we're all doing great here. Sorry, I've been ordered to refrain from idle chatter. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed. Kinzo, or one of his subordinates, was listening to them. Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things and focus on what Kirie had to say. The test will be carried out by Jessica, George, Battler, and Maria. In that order! Okay. We'll each be summoned in turn, so until then, don't leave the room. When someone's called out, they'll head to their designated location alone. That's so scary for Maria, though! That's scary! Wait, no, what am I saying? Maria's a fucking witch, dude. She's a fucking witch. Maria too? Even a 9-year-old girl. What's the damn geezer trying to force us to do, that bastard? The fate of the Ushinomiya family rests in all of your hands. Ow, my foot. Sorry, I have like I'm using like the pimple patches I have as like a pseudo band-aid for my, what do you call it? A pseudo band-aid for my popped blister, and it hurts. Ow! 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 Do your best. Sure. Battler noticed the strange nuance in Kirie's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make any sense to worry about the family itself. What is she trying to say then? Is she just trying to get across that, like, whether or not we live is up to you at this point in time? I assume that's it. There's no way for us to escape from this dungeon. We can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Okay, yeah, figured. Something like that. Yeah, leave it to me. We don't know what kind of test it is, but no problem. I'll take it gladly. It's gonna be a serious test, right? Should we really go all out? Yes, it's a serious test. Grandfather truly does intend to test you all. It's useless. Excuse me. It's all useless. Some old fart on death's door is gonna give me a serious challenge? Let him spout nonsense after he gets in the coffin. I know he's there, so tell him this for me. I'll be your successor. And my first action will be to shove my fist into your face! Even without Kirie having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears. Battler! I'm truly looking forward to that! I can't wait to see just what a man who once threw away the Ushinomiya name has attained. Just what lot in life he's reached when he appears before me! Tell him. Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice... Oh, you got out aura farmed. You got out aura farmed. You weren't loud enough. Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice wasn't picked up by the receiver. Therefore, Kirie spoke for him. Sounds like he's more than up for the challenge. Got that, Battler? There's no need to hold back. You're Rudolph's son. That isn't saying much, but you're still his son. No. You're my son. Show me something I can brag about to anyone. I leave everything in your hands. Understood, Mom. Leave the rest to me. Wait! That's the first time they've respectively called each other son and mom. Oh. All of us here have lost the right to inherit the position of successor. Now we're just the same as pieces taken off the game board looking on from the outside. So you'll have to fight by yourselves. Kirie. The nuance of those words meant we've already given up, so forget about us. But for that very reason, I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever and save everyone. In that case, here are his instructions for the first test. Jessica-chans, go to your room. Really? Go to your room? What's our game, you damn geezer? It seems he means Jessica-chan's personal room, the one in the mansion. I'll hand it over to Jessica. Tell her directly for me. Here you go. Mushy mush. Yes, I understand. Oh, jeez. Starting with me, huh? Well, I've been ready. See you later. Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age. But she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve. Be careful, okay? They're probably being watched, right? We can't do anything we aren't told. All we can do is what they say. They say that old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall instantly with no hesitation. So if we try to fight back, we might end up the same way. No, I'll beat them at their own game. Don't do anything reckless. If you think you're in any danger, your own safety comes first. If Uncle Cross finds out that his daughter sacrificed herself for him, there's no doubt it'll tear his heart apart. There's the other way too. If Mom and Dad are both killed and I'm the only one left, my heart will whip itself to pieces. Battler-kun, what you said earlier is true, right? Yeah. Kirei-san and the others are already prepared for what'll happen. And the way things are now is just perfect. Everyone's lives rest on our shoulders. The hostages can't do anything while they're locked up. That means we'll have to manage something ourselves. If something happens, run back to the guest house. At that time, we'll be done playing along with Grandfather's game. Aniki. At that time, we'll declare war. Wherever they're locked up, we'll save them, and we'll deal with Grandfather accordingly. Are you sure, Aniki? Shannon-chan's there too. That's why I'm saying it. I'm not sitting around and waiting for my fiancé to be killed. What scares me is not that Shannon might be killed by Grandfather. I'm just worried you guys will get there first and clobber the damn geezer who made my fiancé experience terror before I do. Why is he trying to aura farm with this fucking look on his face? You're still a dweeb, dude. Fucking nerd. This really does sound like a test to see who will be the successor. Yep. First one to bury a fist into the old face will be the next head. George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Then Jessica headed off to her own room as designated, and her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Battler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. I'm gonna have to pee again so fast, man. I'm downing this water like fucking crazy, bro. Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression.
What's everyone getting so sad about? Even though in bed we survive, everyone's going to be brought back to life.
At that time, the phone began to ring again. Adler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away.
Moshi moshi.
Maria? It's me, Shannon. Would you please hand the phone to George? This time it was Shannon on the phone. And this time the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. George is gonna go to the boiler room. He's gonna go to the boiler room. No, that's for Battler. Battler's going to the boiler room. Jessica? Yeah. Of course, since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. Get ready for the sequel to Luigi's Mansion that nobody asked for, the spin-off based on Broken Jima and Umineko hit series, Jessica's Mansion. The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins called the mansion was her home. So instead of calling for Mario, instead of going Mario, she's going like Mom. And yet she'd never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she'd never felt her own home, which she knew well to be as alien as it seemed now. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from the door as she did now. What the hell could be waiting in there? I'm not gonna find my desk and stuff dragged all over the place, right? Dead body, dead body. She acted tough, trying to deceive herself. Trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up. She relaxed. No one was there. Of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. This way the room was safe. Or is it? She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course no one was hiding. What the hell? She looked at the clock. It was just past 23:10. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. Still about 11. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together into the night. Normally we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Why is that turned into this? It's all that damn geezer's fault. How could he do that to Mom? To everyone? She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness. But there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of this lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. Even though Goda emphasized so strongly that even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line even a little would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door is also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules. Dad, Cannon, Shannon, Aunt Kitty, and Dr. Nanjong will be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and my own 1 life. Multi-track drifting! Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive?" Faced the door and made to unlock it. At that time, a crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. Run now! If the door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules, and harm could have come to the hostages. But despite that, your own life might be saved. Yet you resisted that temptation, and were about to unlock the door yourself. That bravery of yours is worthy of admiration. Who? If I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could have been hiding, where did this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide, but could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built middle-aged man. Why? Who the fuck is doing yard work at 5:35? Pissing me off. I didn't recognize this guy who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jessica-sama. I serve as head furniture for the master, the 27th of the 72. I am called Renove. Renoe? Genji-san? Ah, yes. Genji is like my little brother. Perhaps he was my true form while in this world. You might even say he was my vessel. What's this guy saying? Oh, my apologies. This is not something a human would be able to understand. Let's move on to the main event. So this is that test or whatever the damned geezer talked about? Correct. This is the test that the master has granted you, Jessica-sama. Oh? Renault's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out, and it got butterflies and flew up out of nowhere. What the hell? As the cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. And that gold mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold wind. There lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. Renove urged her to pick it up. Jessica did so and opened the letter inside. What's this? It is an exceedingly simple test to determine whether one is qualified to become the success. What if it's just, solve my epitaph or suffer the curse? Please attend to the question written there with a fitting attitude for the successor who is to support the Ushinomiya family. And tell me your answer, as well as the thoughts that led you to it. Dumbass. I bet it's what's 9 plus 10? Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Renault's face several times. Oh, of course you're not going to tell us what it is. Oh, of course he's going to get called to this gondola. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the Rose Garden. If things had gone normally, he had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here at this time on this day. But the woman in front of George now wasn't Shannon. It's... Read it. That's a goldsmith's test for you. Wait a minute. And he's gonna get his from Virgilia! Maybe one of the Chester sisters. I think the irony would be greatest if it was one of the 7 sisters, but I'm assuming it's gonna be Virgilia. But wait. Who's gonna be the 4th then? Well, maybe it is gonna be one of the sisters. The Chester sisters. George picked up the envelope which was on the table where he once had tea with Shannon and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp. What's this supposed to be? It's as you say. This is the test given to you. See if you're qualified to be the successor. As you ask yourself whether you're truly so qualified, answer that question. What a stupid question. Okay. Okay, it's going to be something stupid like, do you believe in magic? Do you believe in love? Or it's actually going to be 9 plus 10? That's right. It really is a stupid question. Doesn't that mean the Ushinomiya family inheritance is also something on that level in the goldsmith's eyes? George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter, once again examining its contents. George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same. What is it? Yes! Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Among the 3... Let me write this down too. It's a simple 3 choices. Decide for yourself which one you will choose to abandon. If you refuse to choose, the test will be suspended. I've been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If you want to include even that as a choice, then there's 4 options. And it's been an awful lifetime since I've got an awfully long time since I've gotten to play with a kid like you. So I can't say I'd be disappointed. Okay, freaky gob. These 3 choices only a test. Will the consequence of my choice be carried out? Don't be so naive. The one you choose will definitely lose their life. So is it literally fucking who deserves to fucking live? Who deserves to die? Like, what does the gain 2 part mean though? Oh, I know, it's probably in reference to the other 2 kids. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Oh shit! Hey, fuck! Your life, Shannon's life, everyone else's life. So essentially, he has to choose between getting to live on his own, Shannon getting to live her life, and everyone else gets to live. Or he can live, or wait, no, never mind, everyone else's lives. Right. So him, Shannon, or everyone else. Rough. That's rough. No matter what he chooses, 3 or 1. Well, 3 is undesirable, obviously. No one wants to live by killing everyone else. There's no way he wants Shannon to die, though, so there's no way he picks 2. But also, he doesn't want to die. This sucks. What the fuck? If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. Why is Shannon's name here? Take a wild guess, buddy boy. The second choice has the name of the one most needed and most loved by the test taker. I believe Cannon's name is written second on Jessica's test. Oh. You shouldn't be worrying about Jessica, right? Right now, you're the one being tested. It really is a simple 3-choice test. What can you throw away for the sake of the other 2? What's Kinzo looking to get from this, though? Does he want them to be selfish and to sacrifice everything for the sake of the Ushinomiya name? Or is he testing their individual qualities? If I was Kinzo, I'd say that the best answer, or what would let me see who's the best successor is choice 2, as if any of them pick choice 2 in my opinion. Choice 2 or 3. Choice 1 just tells me they're a martyr and willing to sacrifice themselves for the good of the world. And that would totally bore Kinzo in my opinion. If you still can't decide, would you like me to lend you a coin? Coin? Why do you choose between 3 options with something that only has 2 sides? No one would throw away their own life. So there remain 2 choices that'll leave you standing. Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love? Or will you give up on the one person you love so that you can save as many people as possible? Wow, this is the Charlie problem, except you can kill yourself. Either way, you should be able to find a fitting just cause. After all, the Shokunjima is now a demoned island. The sentimental relationships of the human world are necessary here. No one will blame you. Do as your heart desires. And ask yourself whether you're qualified to succeed the Ushinomiya family headship. In a way, this is their own, like, ceremony, right, of sacrifice. Kinzo's willing to die himself. Kinzo's also willing to sacrifice all of his family, and, well, I'd argue to say that you love them, or that he loves them. But he's willing to sacrifice his furniture, which I'd say he arguably adores to a degree, especially Genji and Nanja. Not that Nanja's furniture. Willing to sacrifice himself, that which he holds dear, and also the family members. The only difference is that there's no loved ones in this case for him to sacrifice, because his loved one is, well, no. I guess by sacrificing himself, he's also willing to forego the chance to see Bay through. So I guess that double downs is 2 choices. Okay. Or rather, make your decision as if you truly were the Ushinomiya family head, okay? What if Battler's test is the only one that's different? What's 9 plus 10? 21? Fuck you guys. Mocking me like this. Just crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor. I believe your anger is quite appropriate. I also find it exceedingly pitiful and yet a truly humorous question. How could anyone wish to die themselves? And how could anyone want to remain alive after abandoning the life of the one they love? And how could anyone massacre everyone else, as long as it's good for the 2 of them? I think it's a trick question, and I don't think the consequence is actually going to be carried out. I think Kinja just wants to see if they have the resolve to make a decision, as opposed to making any one of them. Any specific one, maybe.
No, Jessica-sama. Such a person could exist. This is Rokunjima, the Demon Island. It is now completely cut off from the human world and fully immersed in the spirit world like cheese fondue. Values of the human world get taken out with the trash. So please, rank the things you desire from the bottom of your heart. Whatever remains will become a fitting answer for you in this insane evening.
Don't fuck with me! How could I choose any of these? If you don't choose one, all of the above will be lost. Also makes for a fine fourth option. Even choosing that should give us an amusing show. But since that choice will result in the loss of your own life in the end, I believe it'd be more wise to be pure and choose the first one, your life, so that the other two will be saved. Everything's been entrusted to your decision, Jessica-sama. Let me hear an answer and conviction fitting for the successor to the Ushinomiya family headship. I, Renove, am sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer, fitting for the Master's descendant who shares his blood. Choose, 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 choose. Sacrifice, sacrifice. Solve the epithet. Solve it, solve it, solve it. What's this? Windows Update. Can't install updates. Select fix issues to... Whatever, do that later. Fuck you. That scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kinzo Hound. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back and spreading his arms and facing the heavens, began laughing. Yes, fuck yes. A good old hearty Kinzo laugh. What are you wavering for, my foolish grandchildren, my descendants? Isn't this problem so easy you can answer right away? Isn't this a question that should cause you to waver less than whether to put butter or jam on your morning toast? Do you people know the correct answer? He turned to face the Chester sisters who'd been waiting on him.
My apologies. I don't know, Lord Goldsmith. Bleh.
Fool! Not choosing it all means game over! You foolish rabbit who can't even choose a reason or go for your own life! You're not worth a single ant that anyone might step upon without even noticing! Die! Be crushed! Disappear faster than I can blink! And what of you?
I would sacrifice the first one, sir. Weapons fight and die in battle, and weapons exist to destroy enemies and protect allies. Being able to protect those we love and then die is our satisfaction, sir.
A truly splendid motto answer for a weapon. The immediate reply is very nice. So, have you been raised to think you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way? That's wrong, see? Even that's wrong, see? Answering that way when you're asked is nothing more than giving the answer you've been indoctrinated with. You're the same as that other rabbit a second ago. You still live without having chosen a purpose or a goal to strive for. You are filth that doesn't deserve to live. It would suit you well to be crushed and used for fodder for the other livestock.
Yes, sir. Animal fodder would be an honor. This fuck-ass sprite, bro.
That's wrong, right? You don't want to see anyone else die anymore, right? Why can't you accept that? Accept that the depths of the depths of your old wound are still festering and rotting. Yes, the rotting stench would make the nose wrinkle. You foolish, rotten rabbit! These are words of praise for you.
No, you're making her cry, you bitch!
Well then, what about you, the last one? Which of the three choices would you choose?
I choose the second one.
Oh, the second. There's not many who could stick their chest out and choose to offer the one they love as a sacrifice.
I mean, that's essentially dying twice. Why would you do that? That's dying twice. I might as well be dying 3 times.
Tell me your reason.
Because the one you love will be lost eventually. If you don't love anyone, you won't get hurt. And if you lose someone, you still might be able to love again. So, the person you love right now isn't worth that much at all. No, you're gonna send him into giga hysterics. You're gonna send him into giga hysterics. That's an awful answer. He's gonna be like, no, love is love. How dare you, you stupid rabbit bitch. Fuck you.
I see. So that's why you reached such an answer. You rabbit who's become cowardly from pain caused by love. I've heard that rabbits can die from loneliness. Just when was it that your heart was killed? Then, rabbit, I shall answer the question. Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you loved? How is that? Could you still select that one? What's this about the one you love not being worth much at all, foolish rabbit? Filth who cannot even face up to the depths of her own love! Try and choose it! Try and choose to have the one you loved forgotten! You can do it, right? I'll bet you can, right? Come on, try saying that you can, okay?
I've not seen her like this before. I can choose it. Yes, I can choose it. Lord Goldsmith, please stop this. Oh, she's lost it.
Enough, you rabbit filth! Go to Virgilia and help keep watch on the dungeon. Disappear!
The Chester sisters, with their respective old wounds of the heart gouged out, escaped by disappearing. After that, even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself as though in a play.
Indeed. That's the nature of this charming test. In truth, no choice can be said to be correct. Instead, regardless of which they choose, it is about whether they can choose without hesitation, quickly, and with a resolute conviction and their own strong, unshakable will. It's their reason and their willpower that are most essential.
I knew it, I knew it, I knew it.
That is what I want to learn. Yes, my descendants. I'm truly looking forward to what kind of answer you will show me. Me. Of course I had once the same question thrust upon me. Because I splendidly answered that devil's question, I was able to obtain gold and honor, and that which is my possession. Which answer did I choose? You really need me to say it out loud?
The best part is you could choose any answer for him with any explanation almost, and it'll all make sense. His own life, because I mean he's the last of the Ushinomiyas, because who gives a shit? The love of his life? Who gives a shit? He who gives a fuck? In the span of all things, if it's to revive the Ushinomiya name, he don't give. Everyone else? I'm crazy. That's Kinto.
Well then, have you nearly decided on your answer?
She hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Renove waited for Jessica's answer, but she didn't. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Renove couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known, but coolly like a demon, Renove urged Jessica to voice it.
If you cannot choose any, I can at least bring you peace without pain, but...
Me? Okay, Battler's gonna do one of two things in my opinion, when we get the chance to go over to his POV. It's either gonna be, he's gonna read it and be like, what a stupid question. And he's gonna pick one immediately, or he's gonna like have a minor mental breakdown. And he's gonna start crying. It's like, it's useless. And then he's gonna lock in, and then he's gonna be like, I choose none of them. How dare you try and make me choose? Fuck you. And then Keen's gonna be like, oh shit, this guy's locked in as fuck. He's worthy of the Ushinomiya name. Blah. That's my prediction for Battler.
Could you say it again, please?
Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Renove's eyes. She decided on her answer. Kill me. Perhaps Renove had imagined this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded.
I thought you would choose that answer, Jessica. Well, there's no right or wrong answer to this test. The essential part is what thoughts led you to that answer. Please answer with a fitting attitude for the successor.
It's not like I chose the first one because I want to die. The second one was letting Canon die. That was out of the question. So I excluded it. The third one was everyone else. Of course, that was also out of the question. So I excluded it. After that, only the first remained.
Process of elimination, is it? So it was not something you chose proactively.
Oh, I don't think that's a good answer then. You gotta pick it with your whole chest. The human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Renove's expectations.
The answer is neither bad nor good. 60% I believe you could call it. I'm a little disappointed.
You're a pretty selfish bastard. Bastard telling me to answer with self-confidence and then being disappointed when I do. There's more to it than the process of elimination. It's a feeling great either way, but there seems to be a little more to your thoughts. Allow me to ask. People don't want to die, so no one would want to choose the first. People want to live in happiness and struggle as much as life will let them. So normally the first should be impossible from the start.
Yet you took that first choice. You chose to throw away your own life. Only that choice remained for you.
I tried thinking of the future that would come after choosing each one.
And what did you see?
First I tried letting Canon die. I tried to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one I loved.
What kind of life was it?
It was a horrible woman who didn't deserve to live. A shabby woman who always lamented her own decision and lived only to regret. I could never forgive a horrible woman who chose to live and abandoned that who she loved. I put an end to her myself.
How brave. Did you also consider the third option?
Yeah. I tried letting everyone but me and Canon die. There's no way Canon would like me if I did that. Even with Canon, I was forced to bear the cross of abandoning so many people. And even Canon was forced to bear it. I'm not gonna make a choice that leaves Canon bearing that cross. I wouldn't be able to forgive a future me who did something like that. I put an end to that woman myself too. Jessica pictured it in her mind. The future her beyond each of the three choices. There were three Jessicas. Of the three, two had regrets, and only one could hold her head high and smile at Canon. You know, I once had the nerve to preach something to Canon. Something about trying to live life to the fullest.
Live your life to the fullest. Meaningful words. And a surprisingly difficult thing to do.
One time I said YOLO unironically to my cousin when I was like 13 years old while we were playing Just Dance. Like Just Dance 3, I think it was. And then he looked me dead in the eyes and he said, did you just say YOLO? If you ever say that again, I'm gonna choke you to death. And like he just said that, like dead on, and like stared me into my eyes. Like he was actually gonna do it. And then he was just like, oh no, I'm just kidding. And it really scared me and I didn't play Just Dance after that. So yeah, I've gotta stand proud and show Canon. Show him how to live by holding your head high and looking straight at the sun with a false smile.
Will Canon be able to accept your self-sacrifice? How many of you thought that your selfish decision might hurt him more than is necessary?
That's why I want to leave a message.
I'll listen, but I am after all a demon. I may not keep my promise, you see.
Keep it. Your promise. Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all she'd be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Renaud closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders.
You see nothing wrong with that. So, what shall I tell him?
They're listening! Tell Canon to live his life to the fullest. No, that's not quite it. But Canon, he still hasn't told me his real name yet. Tell the real Canon to live his life to the fullest. Tell him that. Lady.
Jessica. You really are.
Renov's fickle, so he might not have passed the message on. You certainly are fortunate to have me here showing you this scene. A musty three-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a three-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it. But because the reflected scenes themselves are more important. You're so prepared to throw your life away for his sake. My apologies. Kraus looked at Cannon with a complicated expression mixed in with a bitter smile. Cannon wouldn't meet his eyes. Virgilia-sama, there's no reason for Milady to throw away your life. Please kill me. Please change it to the second choice. That way everything should resolve itself. I am not capable of granting that wish. After all, this is Jessica's own decision, which she herself chose. At that time, suddenly, the air split and the Chester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest. Aww. Virgilia, wee! Lord Ghostface is fucking me! Wee! Even Double O is crying! I'm doing the best I can. Crushing me for animal fodder, that's too much. Virgilia, who still did not have a clue what was going on, was mommed by the sobbing sisters. There, everything's alright, don't cry. I'll make you some delicious tea. I'm leaving it up to you all to guard this place. If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately. The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads. Virgilia took the sisters and left. The sound of them going upstairs could be heard, so they had probably gone up to an upper floor. This is our chance. It looks like these goat heads are morons. I wonder if we can trick them. Kiria realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror had her eyes closed as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck into her own pockets, wanting to be defiant till the end, might have been her own aesthetic stance. That's all I have to say. Kill me.
Understood. Well then, fear not, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep.
As Renov raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica.
Damn it! No!
Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus went half mad and repeatedly body slammed the bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Kraus's pointless effort certainly may have been comical. Kraus was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father so that he could save her. Cannon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. There were a full 3 goats. There's no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would be instantly reported, and even then, Virgilia and the sisters would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Cannon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that, so we could do nothing but stare at Krause's repeated body slams. Heart-sama. Shannon, who'd been looking at the three-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. What if he's gonna be evil and fucked up and say, kill everyone else, I wanna be with Shannon! His is gonna be evil and fucked up, as a foil. Have you decided on your answer? Yeah, I've decided. Is it an unwavering answer? Yeah, it's unwavering. Okay, they're either all gonna pick one, or they're all gonna pick different choices, maybe. I don't know. Maybe George is gonna be the only evil fucked up one. Oh, by the way, it seems Jessica decided to take the your life option. Surely such an indecisive person as you isn't gonna choose the same answer, right? Jessica gave her own answer. No matter which choice it was Jessica's answer. It doesn't influence my answer in any way. I see. Then let me ask again. Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain two, sacrifice one. Your life, Shannon's life, everyone else's lives. Which one will you choose? He's gonna be like option 4. Kill! I choose all options! Wrong. Oh. I knew it! He's gonna go crazy mode! Very well then. I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed. It'll be the second option. Can you abandon Shannon? It's like, no, that's also his life. Essentially what you've done is you put George's life a second time, everyone else. Must be joking. Why would I do that to the person I was going to give an engagement ring to tonight? Oh, well. Is that your answer? That's it. My answer is... Not Rose playing too! That's it. My answer is the third option. George took the third. Everyone else's lives. And surprisingly, Garp hadn't imagined he'd give an answer like that. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica, so she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons. Tell me. I want you to tell me the circumstances that made it possible for you to sacrifice the lives of everyone else so that you and the fiancé you love would be safe. Did you use process of elimination like Jessica? Wrong. I clearly have no choice except this one. So you don't care what happens as long as it's good for you. You would sacrifice the world for the woman you love. What are you even talking about? She is my world, blah 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 blah. George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted. Tonight, I planned on calling Shannon right here and giving her this ring as proof of our engagement. There probably are quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon. So is he saying that by getting rid of them, he's making ends meet? No fucking way, George! What? I was prepared to make enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I've been prepared since the time I came to this island. No, that's not it. Since the time I confessed that I wanted to engage her So you can sacrifice everything else as long as you can get married. Marriage means continuing to be your wife's ally for your whole life. At that point, I was prepared to have the entire world as my enemy for her sake. Those words through the mirror also reached Shannon's ears, and that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. And this incident had occurred and she hadn't been able to receive it. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down. What a courageous answer. If I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. After all, your parents were already killed in the first Twilight, right? But now there's no one whose death would trouble you. I see, truly an easy choice. Say whatever you want. This determination and choice are mine, and mine as the successor. For an instant, God felt the same sense of threat as Kinzo and was slightly overwhelmed. I see. The same decision as Goldsmith. Yeah, okay. So even with your innocent face, you'll also become a terrible demon in the future. What do you know? We might get along pretty well. You'll succeed, Goldsmith. I may even be summoned and serve you. That could be interesting. Cop had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance. Hi, Yui. Hey. When you win the 21st option. What? Okay, so what's gonna happen when you get divorced, George? You will have nothing. What will you have after everything is sacrificed? What will you have? And you won't have anyone. You won't have anyone to be like, you, Dad. I should have you. You won't have anybody. Shannon's gonna divorce your sorry ass for giving that answer. So excuse me. Excuse me again. This man bore determination and a resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance. And not just now, but since the very beginning. I'm prepared to inherit the headship right away. That's not it. You told me to think as a head in this test. So I answered based on the premise that I am the head. Even that's not it. I thought as the head himself. I am now the head of the Ushinomiya family. Evil George? Splendid. To think you'd be able to go so far. No, that's not it. Still, I am Kinzo right now. To think you'd be able to go so far, it seems you're truly one to be reckoned with. Battlers in Maria's tests remain, but I've got a good feeling you'll pass. But only if that's your true, unexaggerated answer, you see. Do you doubt my resolve? Can you carry out the option you chose? Can you offer right now with your own hands? Or can you right now with your own hands offer all the lives that exist on this island as sacrifices? By your own hand? What the fuck is that sprite? Fuck you, George! I never liked you! You traitorous witch! You traitorous wretch! Then return to the guest house right away and kill Battler and Maria. When that's done, I'll bring you the other hostages. Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes. You can do it, right? I can. My resolve's on a whole different level from yours. Then carry it out. Death for them all. Complete this bloodstained ceremony as the new Ushinomiya family head. Understood. I'll carry it out. I'm already the Ushinomiya family head. Yes, that's right. Stain that throne red by your own hands. You'll become the king of the spirit world who controls the demons. What about their turns? What's Kinzo think of all this? Blow wind, cry thunder, celebrate the birth of the new Demon King. The Demon Island is now welcoming its new lord. In response to her call, a tempest raged more and more. And then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light, giving the sensation of a moment of silence. So, about the order of the murders. I get to choose that, right? As you wish, your majesty, new Demon King of Rokkenjima, as your heart desires. Oh. The first one's gonna be you. Got a problem with that? Huh? A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. It carried that impression of dignity. At that time, Gop truly did see the storm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon. Even the lives of the entire Ushinomiya family are now part of my fortune. Reparations will be made for the damage that's been done, and it won't come cheap. I take it back! I take it back, George! You're a good guy, I'm sorry! You didn't seriously think you could take my parents, Aunt Natsui, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Rosa, and Genji-san's lives and expect me to overlook it, right? Oh, impertinence. Renova was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But right before he could, his hand stopped. Huh? On the carpet at their feet, two small red flowers bloomed with a plop plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens on Jessica's fist. What? Renault's nose was stained red with spewing blood, and those drops had been dripping onto the carpet. Ah! By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer as a successor is different. Allow me to ask. The person I love, my family and my relatives, everyone! I'll protect them. Oh, so this is a new track. This goes. I fucking love the harpsichord. If I'm the head, that's my duty. Dad wasn't just swaggering around. He protected me and Mom. He fought the pressure of succeeding the Ushinomiya family for decades. That's why I know. Being the successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? I can give it up. Heading my own life is something I can do easily. Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Renault's face. She has breath? She's just carrying heat? Wait, I totally forgot about this. What? The terrifying strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. It was a strike of a person, a family head who could throw away everything in order to protect. If Dad's lost his qualifications to be the successor, then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Head of the Ushinomiya family, Ushinomiya Jessica. I'm not the kind of coward who let you do whatever you like anymore.
A wonderful answer. I shall change your score from earlier. +10. And +10 for that splendid left straight.
Which means +20 more would make for a perfect 100, yeah? As Renault jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin filled with delight, yet it felt in so many centuries he couldn't remember.
I, Renault, will test to see whether your resolve is worth full marks, understand?
Shut up! Yeah, Jessica! Jessica, I can understand being a bit of a fighter, but George? I don't know. Guess I'll be right back. Let me start him again. it's hot. Ow, God, my foot. Shit. Sorry, I shrugged on my mic stand. Thank you guys. Oh shit, I forgot to post my schedule for next week. Where is it?
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oh wait, I forgot to edit a couple of things. Shit. Never mind, we'll post it later. So this track's banging, yo. This track goes. Meow. 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 This is what do you call it? New track as well. Yeah, this goes hard ass thick. Alright. Sorry, I was just listening. Come into the abyss. What? What? Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. LOL. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel like a strike from a carefully aimed bee. This angle is crazy, by the way. This is fucking crazy. This CG is fucking insane. This is awesome. Does anyone remember how to take screenshots, by the way? Just wondering. I'm just curious. For no reason in particular. Okay, I just found it. I knew it was one of the F keys. What? What? This whole thing is superimposed onto the menu. This is so funny. I can't do anything with the menu. That's so funny. What? This is actually hilarious. That's so fucking funny, actually. Whoa! The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rose bush. Another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And this time a pitch-black hole opened at Gop's feet before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At the time, Gop had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. Ow! Oh, you're cooked, dude. Welcome back. Ow! He's getting their shit kicked in. Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gop danced and spun like a small cycle, and she kept hitting him left But right foot, left foot, right foot with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course there was no floor there but a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Bob once again spun around like a small cyclone, and George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. Take this and reflect. The abyss ends with a single strike. No! George, lock in! Charge! A sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gop's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gop, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned. I'll admit it. At least your attitude is that of an adult. But that's no good unless you have the power to go with it. And you know, they say you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. Influence, charisma, and money. What the last one is? Swag! I get, would charisma fall under influence? I don't know. The first one is influence. The second is wealth. Do you know what the last one is? I read it in a book. Force, right? Correct. And that's where you're lacking. Gap finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing into another kick and knocking him into a corner. No one will feel a monarch without influence, without wealth, or without force. Kinzo possessed all 3 of those. That's why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're gonna call yourself Kinzo's successor, try showing me a bit of that majesty, okay? How long are you gonna sleep there? Stand up, okay? If you don't, you'll fall again, see? Not bad movements. But I feel they're slightly unfitting for a lady. At least she's aura farming. At least she gets to aura farm. Swaying around all over the place, you bastard! Aren't you gonna strike back? Don't take me lightly, you fucking bastard! Renova dodged skillfully, jumped back and avoided Jessica's fist, but he still didn't strike back himself. Because of his dodge that was as rapid as a fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep up such exaggerated dodges in for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs too. Boxing with just your arms makes you but half a fighter. Your arms must be like the hot roar of a lion. Your legs must be like the cold snake closing in on its prey. Snakes don't have legs! True. Jess began cornering Renova towards the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. Renova's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. No key, it's giving Taoho right now. Low key, this track's giving Taoho. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. With this fist, she'd whittle away at the Steven who'd lost any way to escape. Whoops. Oh, wounded. Looks like I finally cornered you, right? Where's everyone being held? Where's that damn geezer? Tell me everything and I'll let you off with nothing more than plucking that mustache off. Got it? That would be a problem. It does take me an hour every morning to set this. Once you're in a cast, you won't even be able to do that, right? Oh, she crazy as fuck! Renov had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. And Jessica grinned. Renov smiled the same way, but twitched slightly. I see. It certainly does hurt. Excuse me. Here's my last bit of advice. Try and apologize. That I cannot do. It would ruin my image. And just crumple. Ah! Beat his ass! Jessica's fists were buried into her nose. But there was a resistance that seemed too hard and the sound of breaking glass which startled her. At a glance, it looked like Renov had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true, though. When Renov opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Oh my god! Infinity? Is that Gojo? Oh! Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fists fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture. Renov cut all of them. I am, after all, a demon. This level of magic is nothing. Even so, you aren't bad at all. If I were human, I would probably resign right here. But because I'm a demon, I can still continue to fight. What are you trying to pull? Is this the end? Are you simply going to attack all the time while neglecting your defense? Huh? Renov's palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed. My shield cannot be broken by a mere human. Don't think that you'll ever be able to touch my body again. Yes, Jessica! Aura farm! Yes! Burst through that fucking shield of his! Yes! Persistent, I see. A truly fitting spirit for the successor. Perhaps I'll be your opponent for just a while longer. This is also part of an examiner's role. Yes! Break his ass! And then back to George getting fucked up. Gap looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him. I'm sorry, George. Stand up, okay? You'll fall again, right? George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant. Beg for your life. What you're doing now is the same as the fourth option of choosing nothing. George, you already know what to do. You know what he was doing while he was getting his ass kicked? He was doing that scene from Sherlock, and he's like, discombobulate. Opponent will attempt pitch black hole move, followed by roundhouse kick. Dodge. Distract with coat tail. In short, discombobulate. And he's gonna do that. He's gonna do that. That's what he's doing right now. That entire time he was getting beat up, he was running that simulation. If you get down on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then I'll guide you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon and your own powerless life, you'll kill the other hostages one by one. You can do it, right? You did boast about having that resolve. George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender. If you're too obstinate, then this time you really will fall to the deepest depths of the abyss, okay? Gop's strength was evident. It was probably clear even more than it was to George himself, to Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror. Poor George, no! George, that's enough! For someone like me. Nessa. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have to fight with anyone, right, George? Then please abandon me. Please forget me. He loves you. There was no way that voice could have reached George. But even so, George answered. No way. I won't surrender. Oh, why not? Because that's my resolve. I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake. And I'll make everything accept us. And bless us. Could you tell me something? Why are you willing to go so far for that furniture called Shannon? She's just a washout, isn't she? Rubbish furniture that couldn't even make a satisfactory waitress. I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love. What are you gonna do about it? How could a weak kid like you resist me? Pull out a gun! Loving someone is strength. Because I learned that I was able to become strong. Shannon, I love you. With just those words, I can stand back up over and over again. Shannon's in the dungeon, right? Professing your love to me won't. No, she heard. That's because it's love. Shannon can hear my words right now. The reason I can believe that is because of love. You. Shannon, you aren't furniture. Even if you are, you're mine alone. The only one for me in the world. I want you to be close to me as long as we live. I need you for all eternity. I'm jealous. He surpassed my husband in smooth talking. That's youth for you. Lol. She's going lol right now. The strength of love. And why are you so weak, boy? Does that mean weakness? Does that weakness mean your love is also that weak? Even your love for your fiancé is weak. The way your parents died so quickly was weak. Everything about your life is weak. Shannon taught me about love and strength. If you're trying to measure my love towards Shannon by my strength alone, let me teach you about my love. So you say. I get it now. You're saying that the way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times is the strength you received from Shannon. In that case, what you receive from your parents who got killed too easily? At that time, there was a blackout. Even though they were outside. What? What? This is... What? What? Did he lock in? What? The thing blocking Gop's vision was the bottom of George's shoe. Oh, shit! Wait, I was right! I was fucking right. He's doing the fucking thing where it's like discombobulate. In short, discombobulate. Sidekick. Nasal bone fractured. Then stopped right in front of the tip of Gop's nose. Oh my fucking god, I totally forgot that his mom practiced martial arts. The thing I got from mom was this kick. Several moments after, Gop jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he probably would have caused the damage he'd announced. What I got from Dad is fortitude. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude. I recognize your violent method of declaring your intentions. I also see that you've slandered my fiancé and my parents' honor. And you've no intention of taking back what you said, yes? You... That's right, I totally forgot he's not a wimp. Like several episodes earlier, he was like hauling ass. Like he was fucking sprinting and shit. He was hauling ass. He's ripped under that suit. I totally forgot. I now understand your attacks more than enough. So maybe it's about time. Time to start fighting back. Quit prattling, foolish boy. A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move won't work again. It was a smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver. Fortitude means calmly analyzing how your opponent will act instead of losing your cool. Why? Isn't it obvious? Can't you guess? No, I can't. It's the counter. To give back exactly what you got. To make them not want to take another pass at you. To make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wash it off. To make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over. To completely, perfectly, and thoroughly beat them until they can't get up. Oh shit, he's doing fucking Korean backdashes right now. He's doing Tekken backdashes right now. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gop a second time. Reverse roundhouse. The jaw fractured. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gop's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gop's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps you couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gop kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air where George no longer was. High axe kick. Collarbone fractured. Why isn't he actually... Come on, George! Just stop hype moments in aura farming and do the damage! George! Your swag is too much. Your bitch too bad. They'll kill you. Freaky George. By Gop's side, George calmly announced that, his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had swung down, the collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries. This guy's stronger than me at close range? I need distance. She jumped backwards to open a large gap between them. She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason, it was similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at that range. That was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques. You fool. You'll regret the pride that made you let 3 chances of defeating me slide as you fall into the depths of the abyss. When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind cut Gop's bangs. Yes, it cut them. It happened twice. And this time, it didn't stop just a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure. The fuck does that mean? Whatever, dude. Aura farm all you want, bro. Armada con martello. The fundus of the eye fractured with the first strike. Cerebral contusion with the I can't believe he's doing that fucking scene. Discombobulate. Instead of acting it out, though, he's just doing a PowerPoint. That's even more. That's even worse, but like in the best way possible. Oh my god. Gop was too shocked to speak. George had closed in over all that distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than several of her bangs. I learned the power of kicks from karate, speed from taekwondo, and freedom of range from... He even practiced capoeira? He even practiced capoeira? No fucking way. Mr. Worldwide. Mr. World fucking wide. Holy shit. Mom was pretty fickle, but I've learned from studying various methods. Why don't you hit me? You aren't going to say it's because I'm a woman, right? You spoke of force as a monarch's third power. It looks like you still misunderstand the meaning of that force. In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded violence. It refers to a deterrent. Knowledge that if someone opposes the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed. A deterrent, you say? In short, this is what it meant. This is why all of George's attacks up until then had stopped a hair's breadth away. His bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. If George had wished it, any one of those would probably have crushed Gop. He had daringly not done that. You said it yourself, right? Force is the power to control. If you crush your opponent with force, you won't be able to control them, right? A monarch's force is something that is only shown. He does not crush. He makes others surrender and adds them to his own fortune. If you start blowing bubbles, I won't be able to make you guide me to where the hostages are. Gop had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense. You'll take me to where everyone is. I'd advise against resisting. I won't stop short next time. Sorry, Leah, let me borrow your troops. This guy's too much for me alone to handle. Making a demon and calling back up his nuts while he's just a human? Oh my god. No, he fucking, what is it? High diffs them? That's like the highest like form of flattery, right? High diff or low diff? Whatever the term power scalers use, whichever one is better, whichever puts George in a favorable position. He fucking low/high diffs them. As a large pitch black hole opened in the sky, thunk, thunk, what? 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. They surrounded George. Reinforcements. Should I take this to mean that you take back all that about me being weak? I admit it. I made light of your human power. That's wrong. This is the strength of a man who's experienced love. How can you say stuff like that with a straight face? Come, goats. Crush this man and turn him into meatballs. These goats are stupid, but it looks like they at least have power. I'll turn you into a corpse that even your fiancé won't be able to recognize. You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood. Know that from now on you will receive real harm proportional to your own attacks. If you still plan on attacking me, prepare to sustain a great deal of damage. When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. Whoever got being a demon could— Is he being fucking protected by the power of love? Magic? Why does this guy have a defensive— Oh no, maybe it's Shannon. That's also a counter-attacking type? Is this what you meant by a deterrent? From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic, but in George's eyes, it was determination. It was a determination filled with certainty which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore, and which would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. Oh, so it's his! It was just aura farming! They're both aura farming! What does Battler have? I know for a fact Battler does not have fucking hidden taekwondo hidden up his sleeve, or Jessica's wild reckless strength. I know he does not have that. I'm scared for what he's gonna get. Wait, the three siblings can all— Well, not siblings, the three cousins can all aura farm. Because Maria has magic. What the fuck does Battler have? Renova had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with his shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them with the shield, he felt his arm get jarred, and it hurt. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from her fist was gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Renova tried to act like he was composed, that this wouldn't be noticed. I'm not gonna get worn out. What's wrong, old guy? Starting to get a little tough. No matter how much you attack, it is useless. Why can't you understand you cannot break my shield? I'm not gonna stop hitting you just because it won't break. No matter how hard someone's heart is, if you keep on talking to them little by little, it'll eventually start to crack. I believe it. I believe that useless effort doesn't exist in this world. Yes! Jessica! That's why I can live to the fullest. If words will eventually make it through, then the same goes for fists. Give up ain't written anywhere in my dictionary. Oh my god, 1,000 fists. Those words were probably aimed at Cannon. Cannon, who seemed to reject Jessica's words, but Jessica knew that no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. She believed they would surely reach his heart, that the day would come when he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and that he'd step out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart. It's stupid, right? I'll bet a guy couldn't understand, right? A girl in love doesn't even think about giving up just because it's useless. At that time, Renault certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that encircled Jessica's fists. This isn't good. An enhancement, isn't it? This permeating upgrade will be troublesome. Inside her unrelenting fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic. See? Nothing useless about it. Looks like my fists are making it through. Got your arm, old guy. It seems I'll have to get a little more serious. It appears that Tasu said, in this world nothing is useless. That's right. If you give up because something's useless, that's when your life ends. You'll get through. You can be sure of that! I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Canon-kun about a new world someday. So I'm not gonna lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone. Cross! Even he's oral farming, even though it's in vain. Cross was repeating his useless effort to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing's useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars. Nothing's impossible, Najo! Nothing's impossible! No, it's not impossible! He's getting inspired by his daughter!
If you give up because it's useless and it's all over, that's what my daughter said. Even if my body won't fit, as long as a small person like Shannon or Cannon can make it through.
Now that we've reached this point, action is more important than racking our brains. Let's work together, I'll do it too. Oh boy, aren't you, Cannon? Lend a hand. Cannon? But what's Cannon doing? Yes! Yes! Please stand back, Cross.
What? What are you planning?
Okay, Nessan. Just one more time, let's try struggling. Yes, I too will struggle one more time. But just once more. Over and over again. Jessica's voice had reached Cannon. It certainly permeated into his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally, and in the next, they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. The three didn't even have a clue what had just happened. Dr. Nanjo, which way down the corridor goes to the mansion?
Of course! In and to the left! In and to the left!
Let's go, Kraus-sama. Virgilia-sama will notice at any moment now. What in the world are you guys? We are. When Cannon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke. Yes! You're human! Virgilia, a response from the lookout web, it's a jailbreak! The ghost guards aren't there, or the goat guards aren't there for some reason. What? Why? It's Gop, isn't it? Taking someone else's summonings without asking. Gop. Gop, Gop! Confirming battle regulations. Requesting permission to fire at the escapees. Do it! Kill them! She's crashing out! Understood. 45, 410, prepare for sniping pursuit combat. Blah 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 blah. Virgilia-sama, an escape prevention barrier if you would. Ow. Yes, you're right. I won't let you escape from here. I bit my tongue saying gup gup. The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was of course locked. However, that was no problem for them now.
Cannon, it's those metal bars again. We're counting on you.
Yes, Cross. That's incredible. I wonder what kind of principle it works on magic.
I'm not interested in principles. All that matters is that he can sever the metal bars and that we can escape from here. Don't worry, Cannon, do it!
Leave it to me. He once more sliced the bars again with his red curved blade. But there was a harsh, strange noise, and the metal bars only had a slight scratch.
What?
These are sturdy. They're enchanted. It's one of Virgilia-sama's magic locks. But it will take time.
We'll wait 3 minutes.
After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Cannon extended a red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed almost as though he was melting through it with a burner. It looks like we'll be able to cut it, but it will be tough. Cross, you've been targeted by the enemy. Please move back. Why Cross first? What'd I do? Pursuers? There's no one coming. Please get behind me. They're aiming for you. Yeah, whole ass fucking thing. Yeah. I ain't reading all that out loud, bro. I ain't shoot the ammo out the gun, bro. Just shoot it out. Shoot the ammo out the gun, bro. Eek! You can't block the golden arrow with the shield. Cannon, interception stance. Let's link. Gatekeeper understood. It's been a long time since I fought with you, Nessa. Don't screw up. Yeah, I'll be serious. Then there's no problem. What are they doing? Cannon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep into the darkness of the underground path. Oh, shit! A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. That still make no damn sense to me. Oh, okay. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. On top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets. It's divided. Confirming guided cluster round division. 48, all rounds locked onto. Interception control data linked to cannon. Is he just gonna cut them all? Oh shit, no way. Oh my god. Target unharmed! Was intercepted! Yeah? All 48 of them! Ha 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 ha! After all, Shannon and Cannon were originally a furniture pair. They're strong when they're together. Ow. This is gonna become a mouth ulcer or something. Calm down. Reload. Updating ammo type. Precision light speed? Sniper? What the fuck? Precision sniping. Blah, 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 blah. Put the ammo in the gun, bro.
What the fuck was that?
I don't have a clue either. All I know is that we would have died if not for those two. Thank you, Cannon. Go back to the metal bars. The next shot will probably be one we can't intercept.
How can we defend against such an attack?
We don't let them shoot.
Spirit particle
God damn it, these are all words. You are saying words to me. This is the visual novel part of the game. Huh? Alarm system error, no good, rebooting! It's spirit wave jamming. Ah! Activate spirit particle safeguards, hurry. Cover your ears quickly, 45. Ow! An unseen unheard impact had struck the Chester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled. What? Software error, I guess. You gotta reboot her. 45 got damaged. Her IME's busted. Ah, the noise is also horrible for Minya. 45, 410, and 00, damaged. Abandoning sniping posture. If we don't reboot, raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They'd taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released, and not only 45 who'd been hit directly, but also 00 and 410 who'd been linked with her were taken down. I'll make you some more delicious tea later, so get a hold of yourselves. They can't! My apologies. Rebooting. Please wait several hundred seconds. Ugh. The Chester sisters had fallen over. They'd probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it'd be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while. So furniture was able to repel weapons if only for a moment. I see. And plot to entertain that child Chubi Whoopie filled with unexpected turns. Virgilio tore the air with a large gesture, motioning as though opening a door. No, not more goats! Catch and kill the escapees. Corpses are fine, we can just revive them anyway. You know she's serious as fuck when she got that damn ass witch grin on her face. Come now, hurry. There's 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win. There'll be a wonderful prize, so give it your all. Virgil clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After facing each other at those words, the goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. You fool, Virgilia! Virgilia held her head in frustration. LOL! By that time, Cannon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit for Kraus, a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanja with his lethal waste, but even so they managed to make it through. But even after they did, they had only a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of fucking bars? Fuck! But they really didn't want the people in here to escape.
Sorry, Cannon, I'll have to ask you again.
It may be tough, but please. Oh no, no, Cannon, they're putting him into overtime, bro. They're putting it into overtime. Leave it to me, Krasala.
Only you can do it.
Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Cannon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting bars once more. Multiple targets from behind. This time even we can tell. The ground's really shaking. I can tell that some ridiculous monsters are rushing at us. Don't worry. I'll use a magic lock to make a blockade of the metal bars that we just came through. Your gods won't be able to break it. Yay!
She stopped right away? Why? What is it?
Virgilia started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be bad if it's broken, and we'll lose the initiative once the Chester sisters are rebooted. I'll make you pay in full for bullying those cute bunnies. If you're trying to gain the advantage with those little spirit particles of yours, I'll tear all that away and rob you of them.
You bitch!
Concentrate on the spirit wave jamming.
The gap in those metal bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while. I don't know what you're saying, but true.
You know it's something pretty bad. Cross had no weapon, but he rubbed his fist, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage. Was he also a fighter?
I believe these are the final bars blocking the way. It's quite a walk. The path is even, but I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes.
So if we run out, it'll be half that time. They couldn't tell for sure, but since they don't have the three-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against demon opponents after all this time. If we run twice the speed of walking, it'll be 15 minutes. And twice that speed would make it 8. And if we sprint all out at double that speed, it won't even take. That's not how this works!
What an unreasonable calculation. But that's how you calculate in a fire.
My sincere apologies, everyone. Please watch my back.
Leave it to us. Cannon, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Virgilia or whatever. Kirie-san and I will defend against our pursuers.
Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with an incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frightening intensity and terror, but Kirie actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in the bars. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent. Their charging power probably was on par with a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they likely would have been overwhelmed, and the 5 of them crushed in an instant. When the group of goats pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe it was out of pain from their game of push and shove. One calm goat figured out what should be done about the metal bars, then grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kirie sharply jabbed her metal pole at that goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish, "Yay!" It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Yeah, 1-2, give him a 1-2! Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kitty A relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Tossed around there with all his might, jumped up and kicked down with all his weight and kicking power combined. Oh no, never mind. All that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in. You killed one, yes! Please don't rub the affected area. I'll prescribe some medicine later. Take care. To the fucking goat. Shut the fuck up. What is this fucking goofy ass? Shut up, Naja. There's a goat who'd taken a power bunker to its vitals, writhed with teary eyes. It nodded its head. Looks like our link isn't that bad either. We won't lose the Shannon and Cannon. Naturally, for a loving family like us. We can do it if we take them together. That one on the right. You really are a good wife. That Rudolph must have grumbled a little too much. Tell me about it later. Rudolph, suddenly turning pale in heaven won't do you any good, okay? Successfully ore-farmed, the goat's massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, the strength surpassed common sense. To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and flown through the air, it was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised. To think my work kicks on monsters, too. Now there's a shock. It's because of your counterattack style barrier. The attacking power that grazes you is added onto your own. It's been supplemented by those monsters' superhuman strength. Oh. I don't really get it, but isn't that just perfect for me? No matter who attacks me, they should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure. Non-aggressive defense. That's my policy. That's why Gop couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power, but because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats had been foolish and so had attacked without worrying, but the second effect had worked in full against Gop. These guys really are dumb. You know, power's even, it's always an advantage to have a smaller build. He lightly dodged the log-like arms. When those arms touched a barrier that protected George, they let off a strong red light. The tip of the counter-attacking foot would then gain the same sparkle. The shaking of it in the air for a second. The George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the fallen goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no. The heel was dropped onto the back of its head and it was forced to kiss the ground. Going from a high roundhouse kick into a neri chaki is pretty basic, right? Works pretty well every now and then. You're getting ore farmed, Gob. You gotta take those A's and add it to George, because you are no longer ore farming. You're just Ur now. You're just GP now. Take all the A's and your aura and give it to fucking George. In your name too. Just call yourself GP, bro. What do you mean demons? Witches. The rules of Rokenjima are the Ushromiya family. I'll make you physically aware of that. Ah! The only way to finish off George, now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack style barrier, was to deny him a chance to attack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next, then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gop's pitfalls. If he could jump over that next pitfall, then this time he would probably pulverize Gop's head with his whirlwind-like kick, without holding back in the slightest, just as he'd been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. Gop hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Ah! Even though Renov held out his shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fist anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fist grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had also been given in an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making the fist worthy to fight on par with a demon. What's wrong? Starting to get tired? You're getting all slow?
No. My movements and thoughts and kinetic vision have been rapidly enhancing. My movements haven't changed from the beginning. My movements are beginning to catch up to me.
And you still won't fight back?
This is my style. However, I cannot allow it to continue at this rate. It's about time for me to get serious and end this.
Have you ever shielded with your life on the line? Renault's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way. Because it was an expression he only showed for enemies who made him get serious.
What the?
With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Renault held out a shield with all his strength, a shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Renault's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid. Is this what you call serious? No problem. I'll break right through it.
I won't let you this time. This wall is different. Allow me to enchant it as well.
When Renov made a magic sign or made a sign almost like a ninja, the wall glowed red for just an instant and some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize that almost immediately with her body. Every time her fists hit the wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body, rebounding against her. Attack reactive armor! An exceptional item that will decrease the way catch by counterbalancing them, which can even counterattack with reactive fragments. It's perfectly fine to keep punching it, but doing so will damage you as well. You shouldn't have said that. She doesn't give a fuck. In short, it's an endurance test between me and your wall. No problem. What was it doing? I just disassociated so hard. I started thinking about fucking Beatrice for a second. And Battler. What? I like legit blacked out for a second. What the fuck?
When you fall to your knees first to be pushed into the wall first. Allow me to observe.
Except I might break through it and smash that whole wall along with your face, right? Watch it! Ah, my eyes! Oh. Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain.
Are you done yet, Cannon? We're fine, but the metal bars blocking them don't seem to be.
Just a little more. The group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands that grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. Yes! Cannon finished! Let's get the fuck out of here!
Ladies first, Kitty. You go next, Dr. Nanjo.
Cross, please leave this place to me. This is... Cannon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared. Huh? No! We've entered Virgilia-sama's spirit particle area of influence. Our magic power has been neutralized. How dare you resist me this far? I, who is called a great witch. You can no longer use your magic in that underground passage. Now let's get the fuck out of here! With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising she withstood as long as she had. Spirit particle supremacy ensured. Come, Chester sisters, it's your turn now, right? You're still rebooting? Why are the kids these days so bad at waking up? LOL. We're all different versions. Why do the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions? Yeah. We didn't shut down correctly last time? Administrator privileges? What's going on? I don't know. She's still broken. Her IEM is still broken. LOL. Fix me quickly, where? Call the Imperial Guard's troubleshooting team. Call IT. You can't help us without a user code. 45 had the user code, yeah. It just sounds like 9999 in Japanese to me. I have her write it on some paper. She can't reinstall her IME, so she can't write characters yet. They're so useless. She has to go herself. The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Fucking IT is so funny. Virgilia was again shocked by this congestion. What are you doing? You want to go first because you want the prize. You're getting in each other's way because you don't want the other goats to steal the prize from you. You stupid goats! I'm going, so make way. What? You don't want to? Virgilia-sama's trying to steal your prize. She's the one who's offering the prize! She's getting fucking blocked. LOL. Hello? A tight cramped! When did this become a goats only car? Can you just touch my butt? Get off the next station. What? What's with you? Come this way, you say? The five in Cross's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would no longer be any more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. Uh-oh. Had the pursuers finally made it through the bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It felt almost like being chased by ghosts. What? What? Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder. This wise child knew a shortcut. What a good kid. You get first prize. Later you can have some handmade mackerel curry. Maybe it really was happy about that dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Ew. Virgilia leapt down laughing that this time it was finally checkmate. It's no use. Our magic's been completely killed. Not yet. Even without magic, we still have these bodies. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could fight a monster like that without that strange power. Stay back, children. I'll do something about this, so escape past the sides of the monster while I'll distract them. Won't let you. No! When Virgilia clapped her hands, a purple magic circle wall appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Kraus had been betting on. Is there nothing more to be done? Oh, not yet. Even Jessica thought I must do so as well. No, believe in magic! Believe in magic, Kraus! If you think of something, say it. Until then, it looks like I'll have to manage something. Go on, get back. Take care. They really are just gonna let it go toe-to-toe with this beast. LOL. My, Kraus. You intend to fight this child alone? You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get a lucky shot. You think you can win even with the fluke? Allow me to explain so that even one who's so blissfully unaware of his place can understand. What? If you were to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6. In comparison, this child has a power level of 1,000. In short, even if there were 100 of you, you definitely couldn't win. Well, it's true there's uncertain elements in a fight. What, huh? What's this number that just popped up in the corner? What the fuck? What? 1? Oh, you guys can't see it, but damn it. There, over in the to my right, or to my left rather. Why is there the number 1? The hell? LOL. With the scallop. That's right, that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it. But even so, your chances of defeating this child are perhaps 0.00001. Do you want interchange to? Do you understand? You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. There's 3. What's that number? Virgilia and the goat guffawed together. Damn it. If I've got a 1 in 10,000 chance, that means the payoff will be 10,000 times greater, right? A splendid dark horse. Seeing a ticket like that makes me want to buy it right away. But the coin to buy it's your life, and you've only one of those, yes? I can understand why you'd still want to entrust that miracle to fate. Therefore, I shall praise your courage for standing against us without fear, and give you a bit of a handicap. 4. This child will fight only with his left arm. 5. Well, even so, I've absolutely no intention of losing to you. 6. Come to think of it, what's that bing bong noise I keep hearing? LOL? What is that? No, what's going on? Very well, I'll take that challenge. Whether it uses its left arm or not, I'm sure I'd be killed with a single strike. I also only have a single chance at a strike.
I can only bet everything on that. That's absurd, Kraus. I know you used to do boxing, but wasn't that as far back as your college days? Even if you were a pro boxer, there's no way you could defeat a monster like that with one strike.
That would be true if it were a match in the ring. But while Kraus Nichan's chance to bet on this hope is faint, it does exist. He's betting everything on that hope. You aren't seeing. But there's no way that would work out. Kraus-sama.
Watch me. I'll settle this with a single strike.
How shallow. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Cross both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double what's normal. Both will crash together, so it's a relative 4 times normal. Even if on top of that the strike lands at a weak point for the critical hit that would only double the power again. In short, Kraus's maximum power level of 6 times 8 would be 48 at the most. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates, let's see. Perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes? If only the series could stretch on so long. Either way, you don't even have a slight chance at victory. What the hell is that noise? What the hell is that bing bong sound? Like, what's going on?
Let me bet everything on a single strike. You've no reason to hold back either, Goat-kun. Come at me seriously.
He's requesting you go all out. Smash him with a single serious strike and turn him to chunks of meat.
As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint.
Is this what you wanted? Bet your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level. And despair when even that gets you nowhere. 8. I'm ring again. What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves.
Here I go. Ready?
The goat howled in response. Then, with a match timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery, glowing eyes clearly locked onto Kraus's face. You could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forward, when he would punch through Kraus and blow him away, and when he would win perfectly. The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. 9, 10. The long, painful drifted through the goat's mind. Those painful days of training when the senpais had picked on him. 11. Go ahead and leave this to me, senpai. Those faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him. 12.
Sorry to keep you waiting. You guys, what are you doing here?
Faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him, and the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged when he had been accepted as one of the comrades. 13. I never showed proper respect to my parents. 14. That's right, didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and return to my hometown? 15. I'm sorry, little goat sister, your Oni-chan always cost you so much trouble. 16. I actually have a lot of childhood friends. And I actually have a childhood friend. I'm gonna marry her when I get home. 19. 18, 19. What's going on? Stop! No! Stop chipping all those loser flags! You can't handle that punch, dodge it! Those were red flags being dinged? Are you fucking kidding me? It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed. You fool, Virgilia. Looks like you failed to make a common rational decision. You mustn't take that punch, knock it aside! The very instant the goat's left straight and left straight and Cross's right straight crossed. The goat obeyed Verdale's order with super fast reflexes and pulled it straight back, repelling Cross's punch. What? Verdale's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one's opponent. What? That was close. If you'd taken that punch after tripping so many loser flags, imagine just how great a force. Can we be serious? What? This is so unserious. Imagine just how great a force it would have been amplified to. From there, it smashed the completely open right side of his face with the right straight. What? That promise about fighting with only your left arm? Aren't promises made to be broken? LOL! No! I tripped another one! I'm disappointed, Virgilia. You really have lost your composure. What's that? How was I not composed by noticing it beforehand and making him avoid it? Why is that curious-sama? If they had crashed like that, wouldn't it have been crosses? I see. Even with 20 loser flags, that's not enough. Kraus and the goat's double rush made for ×4. With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for ×8. On top of that, there was an amplification of ×20 equal to the number of loser flags, making for 160. Is this to literally measure out the chance of a miracle? At a glance, there was an incredible amplification, but even so, Cross's power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level of 960. Just barely below the goat's 1,000. That's why I said you weren't composed. It's your blunder. If they had crashed like that, you would have won. Oh. Even if that were so, it all comes to the same thing if this right straight smashes Kraus's head. Die, Ushinomiya Kraus! Take this, the strongest strike of the boxing world! After repelling Kraus's right straight, the goat's right straight attacked the right side of Kraus's face, which had been left open. But there it crossed Kraus's left straight. Two punches crossed and time stopped as each aimed for the faces of the other. I think it'd be timed for a simultaneous strike. But his power level stops at 160, making it 960. It doesn't reach up to my child's 1,000. No, Virgilia, it's your loss. Why? You made him repel the first cross counter. Certainly if another right straight after that were to hit, Kraus would probably be in pieces. However, that was crossed. That's no good. Sorry, but this is a complete loss for you and this goat. A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. If it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. This is also common knowledge. And if that's crossed, then by the principle of leverage, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge. The fucking Beatrice is bored out of her fucking mind. It's even written in a Minmei Shobu book. Krasun's power level is 6. The rushing from both sides is ×4. The critical hit is ×8. And ×160 for tripping too many loser flags. And ×12 again for the triple cross counter. ×1920. His power level is 11,520! Cross's punch now with the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai! Battler is like Meta Battler is like fucking rolling over in his grave right now. Well, not his grave, but he's rolling over and crying. Like, what's going on, bro? Without either, this strength would not exist. You fought well. You're strong. Anjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. Stand proud. You're strong. Oni-chan gave it us all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Virgilia. Get off me! The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She wriggled around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. Go, 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 go! Don't take it personally. It was the principle of leverage that led to your defeat. Is the idea to make a battler so fucking mad at this that he can't take it? That like the power of love? Chance? Shonen? Satan? You're gonna expect me to believe this? I wonder how the principle of leverage applied to that counter. It's an eternal mystery. Let's escape while we can! You take care too, Goat-san! Excuses, Virgilia. Bow. Wait! Wait up! Get this off me! She's so away. After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. What the fuck? Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back, and Renova advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit, and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. Considering the distance, she threw out her fist. This would be her final strike. Jessica dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body and was all worn out. Please put a stop to this. I don't intend to crush you. It is up to the master to decide how to deal with you. However, I also intend to congratulate you specially for your good fight. Quit fucking around. Not yet. It isn't over yet. You've wounds all over your body. Should save. It's all you can manage just to stand, is it not? It seems you plan on putting all your strength into this final strike. However, that final strike will be fatal for you. The damage reflected by Renault's magic circle was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. She don't gaff. So what? So fucking what, bruh? The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica. Blah. Blah. Who gaff? I get it. I know that. I'm warning you. Stop this now. This is for your own good. Stop bluffing. Your wall's already about to break, right? I can tell by the feel of it after punching so much, okay? That was a fact. Renov's wall is already on the verge of break. I can't find it. I'm trying to find a good place to stop, but it will, like, they won't do the little intermission thing. They won't do the little intermission thing. Plus, this thing is so fucking crazy. Like, I can't. Like, I can't stop. What is going on, bruh? What the fuck's going on, bruh? Oh my god. What goes on? On top of that, Jessica's fist had been imbued with an unimaginable magical attack power by now, and the destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Renova as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. she wouldn't escape unharmed.
もう一度だけ言います。
I will say it just one more time.
おやめなさい。
Stop.
Stop fighting!
あなたのためを。
I say this out of consideration for you.
Shut the fuck up. Prepare yourself.
Jessica howled. Putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist, she roared. The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gop. He was after her, planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gop was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she'd be killed this time. Not going to use your pitfalls? Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gap cautiously calculated. Try saying that 3 times fast. Gap cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed a gap between them. Gap. If you won't come, I will. Me when I'm jerking off. Me when I'm in a jerking off competition. Go ahead. There's no point in cheap tricks anymore. I'll settle it with this kick of mine. For an instant, she thought George's body blurred and then only his jacket was floating in the air. For a moment, she thought, darkness covered Gop. George, with his heel swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon. It worked. This is my victory, Ushiromiya George. What? No! The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gop had been after, so she alone landed lightly. You cheater! There was another pitfall in George's landing spot. You cheating wench! Gotcha, Ushinomiya George. It was fun, so die. The Ushinomiya family headship would be wasted on the likes of you, so I'll finish you right here, right now. Her? George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He'd probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a 2-story building. In the sky, you couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gop spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike to perform his Requiem. Lock in, George! Lock in. No! Welcome to the abyss now! This is the end of the line for you. She closed in on her prey and stuck her foot up into the sky. At that time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his... He's aura farming midair! Bitch! Motherfucker! Motherfucker! And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gop's forehead. I already hypothesized that this move would come up. I had already hypothesized. Okay? I'll say it in one go. I had already hypothesized that this move would come up.
What?
If I'd jumped to make the person on the ground taste my heel, my posture would have collapsed long ago. However, my posture hasn't collapsed in the slightest. Do you know why? You don't need
You predicted this?
From the very beginning. I aim to make a person 2 stories below taste my heel.
Ah!
It's your loss, miss. No! The final, strongest punch that Jessica had raised reached the wall and was sucked in. What? That's cheating! Well, I did tell you to stop. You fucking assholes! You cheating fucks! I wasn't even close to being in a pinch. Sorry. Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe had lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. And the same destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head. And scattered its contents at the same... Didn't I tell you about a witch's acting prowess? Hey, Rachel, what do you think? Were you watching? You fucking bitch, god damn it. Not bad, just as planned. You really do get it, Gop. Woohoo! Vito and Gop casually high-fived each other. Thanks for the gifts. I'll return Jessica's corpse. Separate the corpses of the 2 who are close. Does this mean the second twilight's over? Gop dropped Jessica's corpse to a pitfall, and all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room, as carelessly as throwing something into the trash. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Renault shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery. My apologies, Jessica-sama. I did warn you. However, the true art of us demons, that is, foreseeing this conclusion and giving you advice I knew you wouldn't listen to, really isn't something a human could understand. It really was fun, kid. So you play with words a bit too much. Maybe it's about time I started fighting back really the best you've got. You're trying to be someone from a light novel or something. In the arbor, brutally decorated by George's and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Top enjoyed a loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that in all seriousness this was a little too filthy and undignified, and snapped her fingers. Yeah, at least they went out fighting. Oh. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck to each of the bits and bloodstains and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned bit by bit, and the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some act of sportsmanship towards a dead rival? The heavens were split. Because Gop had... excuse me. His Gop had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky. See you, lover boy. It's game over for real. Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped down and was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. You just said that. You just said that you buried it down. You literally did not have to do that twice. With a bloop, it was pulled out It was like a mark proving that Gop certainly had finished him by her own hand. That's mean. Man. Arnov also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form. And unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. What? Huh? Why would you do that? What in the world is this? A dream?
That is wrong. You certainly did pass away, Jessica. You should be well aware of the memory of your final moments.
For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head. Am I alive?
No, you are dead.
You are dead. With my magic that will only be postponed for a scant 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the magic will end and you'll return to being a tragic corpse with half of its head crushed. What?
Death is brutal. In most cases, you aren't even given the time to ready your heart. But to praise you for fighting so bravely, I've decided to give you this time. Perhaps you should sort out your regrets from this world in those 3 minutes.
Oh, thanks, Arnov. You're a demon, but you're an honorable one at least. I can also decide to take you along with me during those 3 minutes. But the power that had burned through Jessica's body till a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that. She was already dead.
And that's all from me. If you would excuse me. It was fun, Jessica-sama.
Arnov turned his form into a cloud of butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of wind and rain and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down leaning against the wall. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up and with a shaky gait, took the phone that was on the desk. The guest house? Hello? Jessica? Jessica! What is it? Are you okay? They got me. Are you okay? Did you get injured? I'll come to save you right now. No, it's already too late. I'm already dead, or so I hear. By the time you get here, Battler, I'd be a corpse with half its head split open. Damn it, that damn geezer! Wait there, I'm coming right now! Listen to me, Battler. Listen close, okay? Now I see why Goda and Kumasawa were evasive about the time the 6 in the dining hall got killed. Those guys aren't human. What? What are you talking about? I saw it, so what am I supposed to do? Those guys warp and set up barriers and do whatever they want, okay? It's like some kind of manga and anime. And we seriously can't keep up. From the very beginning, fighting was useless. They really aren't opponents who'll be able to fight with that hat-stained spear you're so proud of. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead. George Nissan's done for too. That was an instant death. The next test is yours, Battler. I wonder if it'll go the same way as ours. Be careful and don't misunderstand. You mean about the test? No. Don't misunderstand. And assume that your enemy's human. The enemy isn't human. They're demons that can freely wield magic. No matter what, don't get the wrong idea about that. No, deny! 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 Ah! Deny it with your fucking life, battler! A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been. When 13 people died, the Golden Witch will revive. 6 were killed, including Mom. That's the first time and George and I were killed for the second. So once 5 people more are killed, the ceremony will be complete, and the witch will revive. Eh? Where's the epitaph? What the? The scallop? Where's the epitaph? I hope Dad and the rest are safe. If they aren't, the one to test you might be the resurrected Beatrice herself. Battler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying, but from her tone he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all. I said I'm already dead. Sia, looks like it's time. Good luck on your test. I hope you can become the head. Battler passes the test easily, I think. No! Jessica. Jessica! Hey, answer me! Jessica! Battler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down, Jessica's head had been half smashed. Is this a well? Where is this? Alright, this is actually a pretty good spot to shop. I will call it here for now. Fuck me, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'm excited to pick it up again next week, but for now I must rest my voice. I must rest. But that was so fucking awful. Not like actually awful, but that was so mean and cruel. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? They had me going for a second. They had me. I thought for real, like, good shit was gonna happen for once, but I guess not. I guess fucking not. I guess I'll go fuck myself. God damn it. God fucking damn it, man. Come on, bruh. Anyways, I very much go. Goodbye, everyone. I bid thee farewell. Ta-ta. Bye, Lucy. Bye, Eddie. Bye, Cole. Bye, Jackie. Bye, everyone.